Oh, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Ah. Today, it's PGR day. So, man, it feels like it's been forever since I last did PGR. Eh? It's only been like, how long? Maybe 3 days? No, not 3 days. 3 streams. 3 or 4 streams since the last PGR one. It feels like it's been forever. Okay. So today, we're going to be going through chapter 24. I am so Wintry Shackles. 24, Chaos Unsnarled. Here we are. Never played through this one. First time going through this. 32 nodes. I'm guessing that's the number. No, not, wait. 32 nodes is a lot. It says 0 out of 32. So I don't know how many that exactly is. But considering, yeah, Wintry Shackles took 33. So this chapter here might take maybe 4 hours to get through, maybe 5. It's crazy because Cradle Parade has 51. This one's 51. This one's 62. So these 3 are going to be quite lengthy. I'm not sure, but I don't know about Everglowing Justice. Here we go. Chaos and that's a lot of. It's 8 battle nodes. So it should be just about the same as Wintry Shackles. How many nodes were there in total? 17. So this one might be like 16 or 17 as well. Maybe 18. Alrighty. Man. It's kind of cold too. It's kind of chilly, so. Ugh. I don't know how, I don't think that's going to affect my reading all that much. Maybe you'll hear me shiver here and there, but anyway, let's get started. Chapter 24, Chaos Unsnarled, the number 21 Feral Patch. White and black. The white snakes through the place. Contrary to what she remembers of the place, however, this place doesn't have that same wall clock that tells her exactly what she needs to do. The clock here doesn't play all the lyrics she remembers by heart until it strikes 6. And it isn't until the clock strikes 7 that her mobile medic bot circles around her, and the lights on her medic bot and the only flickering colors here, besides the white, can be seen. Oh, inside the lightless room, the white, having made its way across the floor, snakes up her strands of hair and sideburns, stopping cold right when it reaches her artificial throat. Beyond where the white stops is a boundary formed by a black restraint, past which the white cannot traverse. Wrapped in black is a white girl, sleeping quietly, a reminiscent of a half-finished machine that's yet to be activated, as the machine, making adjustments to her restraint, works away around her. Right on the other side of the observation room is a pair of eyes that's intently reading every single line of her data through the one-way glass. Chaos Unsnarled. Chapter 24. Doing worse than yesterday, it seems. I thought BPH-22's mind had been stable all week and was given a pass. Yeah. Her mind isn't at its best today, and it's probably because her assistant bot is away today for a regular checkup. The consciousness sharing module in the cobot has been switched to a simulated AI now. What's still affecting her frame then? She has trouble adjusting to the simulated AI's feedback. Keeps shouting, "Give Buddy back," and whatnot, and that's caused instability in her mind on several occasions. Which is why I put the original consciousness sharing module back in the cobot as soon as she started showing signs of compatibility with the frame. Because I wanted to make it easier for her to get used to the new frame. So, this is how you treat her, huh? Like a kid. Aside from making this frame more powerful, they wanted her mind stabilized more than anything else, if my memory serves me correctly. And the fact that the cobot shares her memory to a certain extent is what's causing the instability that we're seeing in her mind. Just because I'm not the project lead here doesn't mean I'm going to sit around while you squander our resources on experiments that are going nowhere. No, that's not what it is. See, I did put the original consciousness sharing module back in the cobot, but there isn't a port of mind for the new frame and the cobot to connect to each other. Which means that she can vaguely sense the cobot, but won't be able to connect to it, which means her computing power won't be shared like it did before. Nervous, Yarha now speaks twice as fast as he usually speaks. You aren't going to tell me this is what she needs to feel better, are you? Well, the seeds, desperate times call for desperate measures, yeah? How old are you now, Yarha? I beg your pardon? The way you carry yourself reminds me of some innocent teenager, and what you say and do only reinforce that impression. Ever thought about a career change? I think I like it here the way things are. If the data isn't looking favorable, then just optimize anything and everything that's an issue. I understand that BPH-22 is your brainchild from research, which is why you were assigned as the project lead in the first place. But I still need you to know your place and refrain from being carried away. Sharing mind with a weapon is a nice try indeed, but science is all about perfecting what isn't perfect, based on what we know from the past. It's high time we did away with all the experimental decisions from the past that are causing the shortcomings we're seeing now. The way I see it, you're treating BPH-22 like an artificial baby with her umbilical cord still uncut, which explains your lenience towards her failures thus far. You stated in your project proposal that you wanted to help her achieve combative independence, and I really hope you follow through on that. Or else, it's best that you request this project be terminated sooner rather than later. Right. Is this what her combat data has been like? We're seeing significant improvement in the new frame as opposed to what we saw with the old frame. Her mind only lost control 3 times, and we were able to stabilize her with her restraint every time she lost control. Seems like this frame is still a far cry from being put to combat then. A small improvement is as good as nothing. You are going to wow us with an improvement that we have never seen before, no? The restraint won't just keep her from losing it. It's also going to partially cap her combat ability and slowly give it back to her as her mind stabilizes. Yes, I'm quoting what you said. There's no point in capping your combat ability, given that she hasn't even reached the critical point. Well, I never thought this would be a godsend anyways. She's all yours. Just keep in mind that the deadline is fast approaching. Dumping the cold black coffee from the mug in our hand into a recycler, Rosales leaves the terminal on the table unceremoniously and makes a beeline for the observation room's door. First things first, if I were you, I'd get her used to fighting on her own, and I'd start by getting rid of that placenta. Rosales points at the terminal sitting next to Yarha before vanishing around the metallic door. Yarha wakes his monitor up from sleep, which now displays options for activating the AI module in the cobot. Yarha stops in his tracks with the cursor on one of the options. As he looks at the girl beyond the one-way glass, memories from her first ever combat experiment hit him. Good, Yarha. Let the show begin. Show us that one-of-a-kind frame you're so proud of. The pure white construct girl tore apart every last one of her enemies in the experiment zone, which Yarha never saw coming. Driven by her instinct to attack, she was not unlike a beast born to fight. The bestiality known as Number 21 was wreaking havoc in her human-like form. There was bestiality that could be no purer. Newborns tend to be strongly impressed by what they first encounter in life, and such impressions usually leave them with unfathomable influence in ways not immediately obvious. Her days spent doing nothing and daedalus did not help her grow as a human newborn. Reborn as a construct, and having gained her senses, Number 21 was immediately accustomed to fighting endless battles out of instinct. Where the regular construct has to adapt to being a construct and all the perks that come with being a construct after modification, Number 21 had to dig through her bestiality to find her humanity. While the modification technology for constructs has been put to many a battle on a large scale, the influence of the mind on constructs far surpasses public knowledge. While it is true from a structural perspective that Number 21's old frame might harbor factors that cause the instability observed in her mind, her self-consciousness is probably one of the root causes to blame. Self-consciousness, huh? Yarha knows full well how business is conducted in Corona. Working under Vesalius, who is a firm believer of advancement inevitably comes with sacrifices, Corona would not hesitate to prioritize research over many things that are still the subjects of debate. Yarha doesn't consider himself a man of justice, because as far as scientific advancement is concerned, justice and injustice are but the green leaves that flank the fruit of success. Yarha, however, turns off the monitor without selecting the option on the screen. The cobot doesn't need to be there for the compatibility test, but I guess it's going to help you feel better when the test is over. Tick, tick. The terminal screen comes to life again, signaling completion of the adjustment of Number 21's restraint. Having ensured the accuracy of the numbers, Yarha awakens the girl. We're done for today. With it, Number 21 opens her eyes. Previously sealed for visual synchronicity, Number 21's left eye no longer needs to be shared between her cobot and herself, and has therefore been replaced with a prosthetic eye that adds to her combativity. I upped the numbers in your restraint. Feel free to set yourself loose at the test. Are you feeling anything out of the ordinary? No. This is different from the restraining collar they put on me at the Research Institute, but it's not that different. I didn't pass the experiment, did I? It hits your head that the new frame seems a lot more perceptive than the old frame. It might not be completely free of restraint now, but it's likely that Number 21 has overheard his conversation with Vesalius just now. I wouldn't say you didn't. It's not Buddy's fault. Buddy? Oh, you mean the cobot. This new body. It isn't like a human body. It's different from what I thought. Number 21 shakes her head, the ear-looking device over her head jigging a little as though it's picked up something. This frame came out with the best experiment data of all the frames you've been matched with. Neither a human nor an animal, and it's just like me. Says Number 21 as she lowers her head. A few moments later, she raises her head again. I still want to smell like humans, though. Because people want to throw me into the garbage yard if I don't. They're afraid of me, and I know that. The more I try to be like them, the more confused I get. It only makes me less like them. I've never had a human smell, and I always knew that. Which is why I don't dislike the restraint. It stops my brain from working when my brain gets confused, so people don't need to be scared of me. You can do whatever you want with it. I need to pass the test so I can go back to Captain and Noctis. We have a month left, and I'll do everything I can to make that happen. Let's call it a day here. Remember to ask Vera to export a data snapshot of your frame data every 4 hours. Okay. Three months later, at the ad hoc military base on Earth. We did pick up signs of activity of hetero creatures in the area, and we'll need some time to look into the details. Roger that. We also need you to confirm whether you're in receipt of the supplies you applied for a few days ago. The system says the transport craft carrying them has landed there. We gave it a quick count just now and noticed that the construction materials are half of what we put down on the application form. Resources are assigned based on levels of priority, and the clean zone is about to hit a crucial period with its construction effort. It's also they can relocate to a safer location sooner rather than later. Anything else you need other than construction materials? We could really use a few hands here. Even 3 to 4 will do. They don't need to be fighters, but they do need to know how to operate the machines we have here. Our fighters here are all tied down to miscellaneous work, which is why we need a few extra hands here as replacements. And we could use some anti-inflammatory drugs and serum here too. There are quite a few people in the conservation area who came down with symptoms. They're severely short on medicine, and what I have in stock here won't last them much longer. And we keep getting reports on people that went missing from the conservation area. It probably has to do with the hetero creatures, but I'm too short on time and manpower to follow up now. So, on top of the few hands I just asked for, we'll need more people and resources for me to get around to helping the missing people. Well, let's see. Well, a squad from the Purifying Forces out on a mission around you, and will be passing by where you are within a few hours. They'll bring you the resources you need. I'll send you the captain's identification code to your terminal in a bit. As for the extra hands you need, we are actually short on manpower here ourselves. Our reserves aren't exactly qualified to be part of missions of this rank either. Sad, I just put your request in the queue. CC will review it and reach out to you. Sure. As soon as Vera gets off the line, a towering figure lifts the curtain and squeezes himself through the tent entrance that's overly small to him. Done with the call? Yikes, the look on your face. Here, I've got you the recon report for Zone A. Those damn users at CC wouldn't even send a few hands down here to help things out. This is just ridiculous. And that has to go on the list of things you can't handle, Vera. Haha. Yep, and that leaves me no choice but to work you into a pulp for the next 48 hours. Wait, what? That's not what it says in the contract, though. Yeah, and you're going to dig that out from under all the garbage you keep in the lounge, right? Nope, probably not going to do that. Then just keep your mouth shut. And how about that go? We all know who's the bigger person here. Where's 21? I'm back from Zone B? It's a win for me then. Vera casts the time display on her terminal. She previously put number 21 and Noctis on respective recon missions to observe activities of the hetero creatures around the conservation area, with 2 constructs each. While constructs usually have no trouble carrying out recon missions on their own, given the potential risk and the shrewd perceptiveness of their enemies, Vera decided it'd be in everyone's best interest for number 21 and Noctis to join them. Recalling what Corona has said in their report about number 21, that number 21's match to her new frame was not, technically speaking, perfect, Vera picks up her terminal, ready to check in with her. Fortunately, number 21's new frame has proved to be an addition to the squad's overall combativity, and it is on account of this fact that the higher-ups of Babylonia have granted her freedom in her new frame, having agreed to later fine-tune it in accordance to her activity data. Right after Vera hits the dial button on her terminal, she hears the ringing of another terminal from outside the tent, and with it, number 21 comes into the tent. Captain, and hi to you too, Noctis. I finished Zone B's recon with the other 2 people. And I've been back for God only knows how long. You gotta up your game there, kiddo. Shush. Well, we can totally go out now and try something different. Just don't cry if you lose again. Not going to do that. I'm not competing with a cheater. Excuse me? Exactly when have I cheated? Fine with me, though. I just thought I'd entertain you because you and Vera have been looking shitty these days. Let's get back to business here. This corner from Zone B seems to be missing data, 21. Walking up to Vera, number 21 sees Vera pointing at a particular corner on the map. Because they said they were done. Who are they? The constructs that were working with you? Yes. Safety in numbers was indeed one of the reasons I sent you there with those constructs, but I was hoping you'd take advantage of the manpower to get things done. Come on, you really need to pull yourself together. Section 6 from Zone B. I want you to fill in the missing recon data for it now, 21. Send it to my terminal as soon as you're done. I'll take care of things from there. But they don't want to work with me. What? Biting her lower lip, number 21 seems as though she's about to say something. A few moments later, however, she walks out of the tent in a hurry. Is she okay? She's been acting a little funny since she got that new frame. Probably going to take her some time to get used to the frame. I guess you're done with what you had to do now. Go and get yourself a set of equipment then. You can leave as soon as I'm done sending you your mission to your terminal. Vera catches herself feeling a surge of anxiety. She can't quite word herself. Noctis might have been the first one to have noticed something wrong with number 21, and Vera finds herself sharing that same observation now. Vera's application to get number 21 a new frame was no easy feat at all, having only succeeded after much planning and bargaining behind the scenes. Vera was hoping that the new frame would help keep number 21's sanity in check, knowing full well how wrong things can go when mind doesn't function properly. All that the new frame seems to have done to number 21, however, is to set her one screw loose, and made her overly cautious where she didn't used to be, even. And given number 21's current state, Vera isn't surprised that her combativity has fallen short of prediction. Hey, what's this gizmo here? Hands off my weapon case. It's the magnetic key to 21's restraint. Put it back now before you lose it. Bet those guys from the admin department are dying to see you since you've got a bunch of vehicles and supplies to settle. Wait, you're talking about the restraint around 21's neck, right? Why don't you just go ahead and set her free of that? It really bothers me whenever I see it. You know what? I think I'm going to buy one and put it around your neck and see how you like it, says Vera, avoiding Noctis's question. Deciding not to press further, Noctis shrugs as he puts the black magnetic key back into Vera's weapon case. You have the coordinates on your terminal now. You'll see the Grey Raven Commandant waiting for you when you get there. This is far with a capital F. Any vehicle I can use? Your legs, of course. I'd much rather save my legs for when I need to fight. Just shut up and get to work already. The Grey Raven Commandant is coming this way with 2 of their members. The hetero creatures there seem unusually active, and I'm guessing there is a bunch of them there too, which is why I'm sending you there. Remember to pack up enough supplies before you go. Makes sense. I think I'm bringing 2 more sets of explosives. No, make that 5 instead. Done? Get lost already then? Just sent you Grey Raven's identification code. On it, ma'am. On it. Vera wonders if that's where all the hetero creatures originate, considering Grey Raven's proximity as the crow flies. Given how little they know about the origin, area of distribution, and status of the hetero creatures, Vera knows for a fact that if anything should happen now, they wouldn't be able to keep everyone in the conservation area safe with the handful of constructs they currently have. Now that the Grey Ravens are coming, Vera wants to pick their brains on what they've learned. What a bunch of sods. Dead leaves. In the woods northward of the conservation area. Section 6 from Zone B. Over here, buddy. Number 21 turns the electronic map on her terminal screen at 450 degrees to make sure they're going the right way. This is quite a handful, isn't it? As number 21 walks straight ahead, her cobot gallops around her feet like a puppy having fun hanging out. But Buddy always understands me even if I don't speak to you straight from inside my head, right? Uh-huh, that's right. Lowering her voice, number 21 mimics her cobot's robotic tone. And here we are. An hour before. Hey, isn't that the mentally disturbed kid from Cerberus I'm seeing back there? Shh, keep it down. Apparently there was this one time when she was on a mission where she lost it after killing all the enemies, and she just went on trying to smoke her own team. Luckily, the Grey Raven Commandant got there in the nick of time and contained her killing spree. Oh? And why Purifying Force didn't wipe her out for doing what she done? Some higher-ups let her off the hook. See, that's how badass they are, the Cerberus. Which means our lives are at stake here, no? Tell me about it. I swear to God, I would never have come if I knew the Cerberus would all be here. I don't think we have a choice. We're essentially tools, and they get to use us however they see fit. She's looking this way. Don't look back. All done, says number 21 as she raises her terminal for the constructs to see the data on it. Alrighty. Sensing her footsteps, the constructs immediately keep a safe distance away from her like two cats whose tails have been stepped on. Stay away. Number 21 is no stranger to situations like this. Number 21 stops what she has been doing and waits for the constructs to finish what they need to do. We're done too. Alright, on to the next one. For the measuring point, number 21 aligns the anchoring point on her terminal with the area's superscript. It's only going to take a few minutes for the missing recon data to be filled. Number 21 figures that checking what's missing and filling up the gap herself is far easier than having to explain herself to Vera on things she herself doesn't even quite understand, or questioning the two constructs on what went wrong. With her terminal beeping, number 21 proceeds to send the data that was previously missing to Vera's terminal. Phew, all done. Probably best if I don't do anything unnecessary. Right, buddy? As her cobot starts rubbing itself affectionately against her leg, number 21 can feel its chilling alloy shell against her skin. Hey, look, a dried leaf. And it's flying. Jolting to the cobot's movement, a dead leaf wobbles into the air, only to make a somewhat unsteady landing on a tree branch not too far away. It's not a leaf, buddy. Number 21 walks up and reaches her hand for the creature. She wants to touch the flitting butterfly. Better leave it alone. The kid is dead. Following a barely audible noise of cloth rubbing against each other, number 21 hears these very words from out of nowhere. Who's there? With a question, number 21 positions herself for a fight as she tries to pick up signs of anything suspicious from where the voice came. A few seconds later, her cobot takes a fighting position too. Did I scare you? My apologies. It's just I've never seen anyone bat these creatures an eye when they aren't looking for food. The stranger of a girl leans slothfully against a tree branch, her voice sounding so devoid of life that it seems that even the gentlest gusts of wind would take her away. Number 21 doesn't recognize the attire she's wearing, other than the cloak she is in, which number 21 remembers seeing most of the refugees in the conservation area wearing. Number 21 doesn't recognize anything else on the girl. Switching to a more comfortable sitting position, the girl looks back and forth between number 21 and her cobot. She doesn't have the unique stench of a hetero creature, and neither is she in a fighting position. Sensing that the girl poses no threat, number 21 lowers her weapon. Dead leaves are hard to come by these days, so this is what I would call a wonderful stroke of luck. You barely ever see them anymore. It's a butterfly, and it's a kind of insect, that much I know. Is it dying? Yes. Butterflies live a short life compared to humans. This place is no longer livable for them. Oh, I'll keep my hands off it then. This is the first time number 21 is having a discussion with someone about things she's only seen in the documentaries. which makes her interested in the girl in front of her. So, who are you? Are you Construct 2? Construct. Right, that's how you'd call someone like me, but I call by canon here. Oh, I go by number 21. Number 21. Which squad do you belong to? I don't belong to any of you. Hopping off the tree she's been sitting on and landing squarely in front of number 21, Cannon is reminiscent of a nimble creature that traverses the woods. I do recon for a conservation area, and I run errands every now and then too. In exchange for my services, Salins lets me stay here. Salins, the one in charge of our conservation area. You don't know him? Captain is the one who remembers people's faces. Are you here on a mission too? You've probably heard about all the people that had gone missing here, right? I'm actually off duty now, though. I like it here when I'm off duty. Why? Is that your weapon? It looks different from some of the machines I've seen. This is Buddy. Buddy is my friend. Number 21 sounds somewhat proud. She's happy that she's finally come across someone who, just like number 21 herself, sees her cobot for its uniqueness. Can it do anything else other than fighting? Of course. Do a dance, buddy. With it, the cobot starts spinning the balancing leaf on its either side, rhythmically, reminiscent of a tap dancer. After a quick round around number 21 in Cannon, it stomps right in front of Cannon and shakes the antenna over its head. Buddy can do a whole lot of things like me. And when Buddy is upset, it wants to kick Noctis's butt too. Noctis is the silly big guy that I hang out with. Haruka. Haruka. What does that mean? It means ethnic group, but you can see it as family too. Oh. Buddy is my Haruka. Uttering the unfamiliar word, number 21 raises her intonation on the last syllable, and unintentionally, the corners of her mouth. Haruka sounds good. Teach me a few more words. Well, how about Sinka? Simply put, it means forest. Cannon didn't expect the girl would show such a keen interest in the old language she spoke. She spent year after year hiding the language that's part of who she is, all just so she would have no trouble communicating with people. The infinite forest that her elders always speak of was turned into a finite, though still extensive, nature reserve at the end of the Golden Age. Her people still speak in their native tongue. In an effort to communicate with her people, researchers in the nature reserve had to learn their native tongue. Kanan never imagined that herself would have to learn the language from the world outside one day to be able to live. Life as a vagabond never lacks surprises. In the first conservation area where she only spent a short time living, Kanan remembers people there seeing her as an ominous outsider, when they, just like Kanan herself, were outsiders too. Sinka. Sounds good. But I still like how Haruka sounds better. Canary, you sing so well. Can I hear you sing again? Come on. Connect and protect our Sinka. Bless the bodies on the ground as you receive the souls from the heavens. You planted and nurtured the seed that would eventually turn into our roots. The wind brought with it your murmurs. Do share with our people your joy and sorrow. May we have your complement through all eternity. Please guide all souls that sing the song of Sinka, ever and ever. That's great. Granny Shinika would have had a lot of good things to say about me if I sing as well as you do. What was that just now? It sounded good. It's a song from home, and honestly, it's been a while since I last sang it. You said Sinka in your song. I heard it. Does that mean you live in the forest? No wonder you find it more comfortable up the tree. The trees we have back home are different from the trees here. Back home, we used to have a forest that went as far as one could see. Trees are trees. What's the difference? As number 21 scratches her head, her cobot makes a confused noise too. Mam Sinka. This is what we call our forest. Mam Sinka accepts all creatures, air, and water. When you're in her arms, you don't feel lonely or scared, even if you're just briefly on your own. We could feel her from the soil we stood on, and the aroma in the wind. When I was a kid, stop being cold. Ganon says no more. Never mind. I just don't want to bore you with all the yada yada. I don't feel bothered. Do you have monkeys at home? I've seen monkeys on my terminal. They were swinging around and eating lice off people. Monkeys? We call them tankun in our language. Oh, what about wolf pups? I see them all the time on my terminal, but I've never seen real ones. Sasibi. Sasibi is the word we use to refer to baby wolves. They're only active in certain places though, and I've only seen them twice myself. Young wolves don't usually go around on their own because their pack keeps them safe. That's exactly what I've seen on my terminal. You look kind of like them. Are you a worshipper of Sasibi? I look kind of like them. You mean my ears and tail? It's only so I won't go crazy. I must be in a frame that looks somewhat looks like this. Go crazy? It happens when I see Captain or Noctis get hurt. Sometimes from headaches, but there are times when I don't know why. It just feels empty and heavy in this frame. They say I hurt my friends when I went crazy. So Captain got me this new frame. They're going to dump me at the garbage yard if I go crazy. Your Captain and this big guy that you talked about. I bet they're important to you. Yes, they're my Haruka, just like Buddy. It makes sense that you'd be sad when they're hurt then. You don't want to hurt your other Haruka though. Is that so? But I wouldn't call other people my Haruka just yet. Well, relationships can be complicated indeed. When I went hunting with Grandpa Kanger this one time, he told me about this taboo way of hunting. So what you do first is that you catch a Lena chick. Lena's a kind of bird, by the way. And then you set up a trap with the chicks to attract their parents. Lena are smart and they fly really high, and that makes it difficult to catch them on the ground when you're with your regular tools. But when they hear their kids chirping, they come back to the ground knowing how dangerous the trap is. Once taken from their parents, the chicks can't survive into adulthood even if you let them go. Excuse me. Which is why people have banned this way of hunting. The Song of Sinka says all souls are from the heavens. And sometimes I wonder if the lone souls would just keep going further away from home if our Haruka didn't turn our souls into a tapestry close to the ground. Like now. Sorry, I was just thinking out loud. Forget that last part I just said. Well, good times never last long, huh? I'm heading back to my conservation area now. What's your plan? I'll go this way. Toward where all the military tents are westward of my conservation area. If that's where you're going, there is a path you can take beside my conservation area. It's going to get you there faster if you go through the woods. I can take you to the path when we get to my conservation area. Okay. Let's go, buddy. Seeing number 21 wave her hand, the cobalt carries its plump body with astounding ease and hops over a bulging tree root in its way. Tell me more about Sasibi. You said you'd seen them twice. Real Sasibi. Sure. I was 7 when I first saw them. 24-3. Hetero Unity. '27 at mission point 3. Ray Raven. Bang bang. Turn right 60 meters ahead and there'll be an internal path. It'll take us through the buildings. Roger. Commandant, we're here. Raise gun. Bang, bang, bang. Doors down. Let's go. Through the destroyed side door barge a human and two constructs, behind whom is a bubbling red marsh that threatens to lick them by the ankle. In the lead is Liv, who's monitoring the environmental data as she clears their path of anything that stands in their way. You find yourself in between Liv and Lee, a relatively safe position. Ever since running into the first hetero creature you saw here, Lee has been firing shots non-stop. While Lee is immune to the punishing virus in his specialized frame, his immunity doesn't prevent the frame itself from being worn down and the ensuing fatigue. Head upstairs. As you rush their way up, the clanks and clunks coming off the rusty stairs sound the furthest things from melodious. A few seconds later, the metallic staircase lets out a heart-wrenching cry as the hetero creatures flood up the stairs, painting the path crimson in the blink of an eye. Destroy the stairs, Lee. With no hesitation, Lee switches his composite armaments to rifle mode in a split second before firing a barrage of shots that land squarely on the staircase's point of application. Thud. With it, the wavering staircase plummets to the bottom, with all the hetero creatures still on it. Coming to a halt, you take a few deep breaths to soothe your pounding heart. What's the situation, Liv? This floor we're on now. I haven't picked up any other hetero creatures yet in the building, but the biggest bunch in this area is the bunch we just ran into, right under our feet. We caught the attention of a bunch of enemies along the way, so it's highly likely that we're looking at a bunch about 20% to 30% bigger than what we detected at first. Lee speaks from where the staircase has snapped, looking down at the bunch of hetero creatures engaged in seemingly meaningless behaviors. Every last one of the hetero creatures wiggles its body toward the second floor, apparently still remembering that the targets they're after are up there. Fortunately, however, there is nothing for them to make their way up. I might be able to get rid of them with the ammo I have left. There is no telling if we're going to run into a bunch this big again before supplies arrive. True. Let's wait them out. We can try to circumvent them. Let's stay put for now. But don't let your guard down. Copy that. Lee lets out a long sigh. It's likely that something else weighs on his mind now, since he isn't one that complains about missions, no matter how difficult they might be. What's wrong? How's Lucia doing? Liv droops her head at Lee's question. This is probably the question they've been meaning to ask the entire way, but never had a chance to. Many people have never missed a chance to ask you about Lucia ever since she got back to Babylonia. Lucia's mind has been put under round-the-clock surveillance, as she was deemed a potential risk for having private contact with Ascendant. With the Science Council in charge, the Control Court has been monitoring and investigating Lucia's mind, and will eventually deliver to multiple parties their findings based on Lucia's memory data from when she was in contact with Ascendant. On the surface, it seems like a harmless enough process of investigation and data collection, except no one can say for sure when the surveillance is going to stop. Having experienced what they call benign surveillance firsthand, you, for one, know for sure that being watched round the clock poses no less stress than the battlefield does. You, however, take comfort in the only saving grace of it all, one that currently works at the Science Council. You see, I guess that makes us partners in crime now, no? You hold your hand out to Asimov. After a brief moment of hesitation, Asimov's hand grasps yours. It feels a little cold. Before you can answer Lee's question, however, you see an email in your terminal that's arrived right on time from the Science Council. There we go. You turn your terminal to face both Lee and Liv so they can see what's on the screen. On your screen now is a partial record of mind overloads from experiments on the hyperreal frame, except the record comes with detailed notes and analysis. Wait, what is this? Lee, I think you'll probably want to. Dumbfounded, Lee looks at you, apparently awaiting some sort of approval. You project your terminal's virtual keyboard to Lee. With it, Lee works away immediately. About half a minute later, having been extracted and reordered, the notes and analysis that came with the report have been turned into an email with just words. Code 006. Did a regular checkup today. She felt a little tired, but she was doing fine. Corono raised a few questions late last night about the open report. It's all under control though, so worry not. The control core has asked for a reanalysis of certain data. I demanded an explanation given our shortage of manpower. They haven't replied yet. Their motive is yet to be determined. Best not to let our guard down. I'm guessing that's from Asimov. Doing fine. That refers to Lucia, right? Glad to know that we have him there to help us from the inside. But exactly when did this? Lee has apparently guessed the identity of the email's sender, since that person has helped him out on countless occasions when it comes to the hyperreal frame and the Hetero Tower incident. Yeah, it's Asimov. When Lucia just got back to Babylonia, I didn't see any of this coming at all. Which is why I failed to bring you all up to speed. My apologies. No, that's fine, Commandant. We know you're always looking out for us. There was no need for you to bring this up anyways if nothing happened. True. I'm glad that Lucia is doing just fine. But, well, Liv seems to have recalled the whole surveillance incident from before, her face growing heavier by the second. Right when you're about to say a few words to cheer up both Lee and Liv, you pick up a barely audible noise. You keep your eyes closed for 2 seconds, and through the silence, you hear something you describe as a metallic object being pulled lengthwise or twisted. Before you can tell them about the weird noise, however, Liv is already busy surveying your surroundings again, while Lee trains his weapon straight at where the staircase has just snapped. No new target found. Enemies downstairs are still our main targets of interest. The staircase is gone, but they're still trying to make their way up here. The staircase has completely snapped away from the floor you are on, and you can't even begin to imagine how just how these hetero creatures would ever be able to make their way up here when they literally lack the cognitive ability to do something as complicated as this. From the severely destroyed staircase, a few razor-sharp parts stand coldly in the air, reminiscent of the sharp fangs of a menacing beast, and making it close to impossible for anyone to set their foot on the staircase. The staircase now lies lopsided against sand and gravel, making its tilted surface an almost unscalable hill. Anyone in their right mind who might want to try their luck at getting up here would definitely seek a different path, or work with some sort of tools at the very least. The hetero creatures down there, however, have for this entire time been trying to make their way up with the destroyed staircase. And then you hear a weird noise coming from the distance. It's the same noise you heard just moments ago. A metallic object being pulled lengthwise or twisted. Then it hits you that it's the hetero creatures that are making the noise as they crawl over what's left of the destroyed staircase. Wait, do you see that one? Do you see what that one is doing over there? Looking at where Liv is pointing, you see a hetero creature slowly inching its body toward the staircase's razor-sharp skeleton that's poking out of one of the stairs. With its belly, the softest part of the hetero creature, against the needle-sharp skeleton of the staircase, the hetero creature does not come to a halt. Right when the skeleton pokes through the hetero creature's belly, you can almost hear a crispy snap inside your head. Despite the cut in its belly, however, the hetero creature keeps moving, the liquid coming out of the wound slowly dripping among the fragments, turning before you know it into a river underneath the other hetero creatures. When that first hetero creature finally grinds to a halt, a second one is already stepping on its dead body, commencing a ritual of path paving one stair up. Where the hetero creatures were unable to set their foot on the destroyed staircase, they can now safely do so with the corpses of their kind underfoot. And the weird noise you heard earlier is the sound of the staircases being squeezed under the weight of all the harrow creatures trying to make their way up. Flashing past your mind at a moment like this, however, is the story of the Tower of Babel. At the same time, you see yourself as the very god who can't wait to topple the tower. Hey, Carefree Dot, what's up? Hope you've been doing well, and I hope the exam season for you has been going decently okay. We aren't safe here. They probably won't ever make it up here. But I think we should leave just to be safe. Copy that. Calculating evacuation route. Will take another 30 seconds. Half an hour later. Done scanning. We're safe for the time being, except we don't have a geographical advantage here. I'll keep scanning our surroundings though, in case of anything. Thank you, Liv. Don't mention it. Thank you too, Lee. Taking out those little fries was nothing but a cakewalk. And I was able to try out the silencer on my composite armaments too. We'll send you a request for certain optimizations once we're back. Sure thing. So, what's our plan now? Liv, can you pull out the mission info we've gathered so far? Let's go through what we already have first. Sure. Just one sec. Liv works away on her terminal and arranges the projections and a layout in which they're all simultaneously viewable. We had 3 sets of mission coordinates in total. We have been investigating them in descending order and are so far done with the first 2. And we're at the 3rd location now. Just to throw it out there, have you ever thought of joining the PGR Creator Program? You're plenty big and already going through the game. Might as well get compensated. I did actually think about it, to be honest. But I figured I would do that on a separate channel and not this one, because this channel was primarily a music thing, so I kind of want to like separate the 2 types of entertainment. Leave this one to stay as music, while a different channel will be mainly just like streaming and all that shit. So I did think about it. Yeah. It's been something that's been kind of like on my mind. Not just the not the PGR not the PGR Creator Program thing, but like what I was planning to do when it came to like streaming and where to do it. Because continuing my streaming activities on a different channel and stuff, on a different YouTube channel and whatnot, it wouldn't really make much of a difference compared to this channel, because the large majority of my audience, for one thing is like from the other side of the world. From like the Far East and whatnot. So like when it comes to time zones and stuff, they're not going to be active to watch my stuff unless it's like early in the morning for them. And secondly, a lot of them are mainly here for my music, not for like me playing games or my streams. So I figured if there's really not much of a difference in doing when it comes to like I guess view count with these streams, then like it doesn't really matter if I continue it here or do it on a different channel, I guess, if that makes sense. And again, besides, I kind of just want to separate the 2 now. What's the second channel? I forgot. I do have it linked on my about page on my YouTube channel, but I can link it in the chat and pin it if you want. I can do that. Actually, I'll just do that right now. Hang on a second. Profile. And I'm most likely going to start using the other channel early next year. So like early, sometime maybe next month. Why can I not find this shit? It's possible. Hold on. Did I not link it here? Hold on. Did I not link it? Oh, I left the link to my... Oh, that's the wrong... I left the link to to my other Twitter account, but not my other YouTube account. Whoops. Hang on a second, let me look for it. Speaking of which, I do have a separate like Twitter account as well. So if you feel like following me there, you can as well. I mainly just repost art and whatnot. But anyways, here's the other YouTube thing. And in regards to your creator program thing for PGR, I definitely did, like I said, I definitely did think about it, and I might want to do that, honestly. Of course, because obviously I'm enjoying PGR. And what I was thinking for the PGR stuff on the other channel was like mainly just going through the story, like I'm already doing right now. But as like videos and stuff, because I understand that there are people who don't read through the story because or they don't read the story because of they don't have the time for it, or B, they don't want to read it and it's not voiced, so they don't give a shit about it, so they just immediately skip it. So I feel like I'd want it to be someone who would not summaries. Those summaries are alright if you want just like the complete gist of the entire chapter, right? But I feel like reading through it like what I'm doing right now through these stories as like an entire video. As a long ass video. Yeah, like a full playthrough. But I would just be reading through it, and I'm not entirely sure about including the combat nodes, like the combat sections of the chapters. I'm not sure about including those. I also thought of like making it a bit more a slightly bit more like interactive or entertaining by inserting like say at the end of one, like say it was chapter, what was it, 15, like last spark with Vera Garnet and shit. Say for example for that, at the end of going through that chapter, maybe there'll be like two separate video cards at the end of the video where one of them would say continue the story, and people can just choose to go straight to the next chapter, or they can choose the other video card on the screen, which would lead them to the hidden section of chapter 15, which is like Lamia's backstory and shit. That's what I figured I would do. And getting guest voices, that would be cool too. That'd be interesting too. So that way I don't have to do all the reading myself. Giving the people the choice to make people seek out the story. Right, smart. Yeah, that's what I thought, because I thought it would be a bit more interactive and fun. Kind of like how there are those, like, there are some YouTube videos out there, or series, where it's like, make choice A or choice B. Kind of like one of those choose your adventure shit. And maybe I'll play into it like some roleplay shit where it's like, greetings, fellow commandant. Our recon squad has discovered some hidden information. I'll send it to your terminal right now. Maybe say some shit like that. And then after I say that, like, or you of course you can always continue on with the next mission. I guess I could do some shit like that. I do know, like on YouTube, as far as I know, there's like people who give a summary of the chapters. Maybe a few people, or people like I forgot the channel's name, but that one channel that does like the full-on upload of a chapter with just like dialogue, but there's no one reading it. So I figured I'd be someone who would be doing it in between. Shoal, yes, thank you, Shoal. Yeah. Because again, I understand that there are people who don't want to sit through all the reading, because I mean, clearly with PGR, the story is being told in a sort of like visual novel form, and a lot of this stuff isn't voiced. Like 95% of this shit isn't voiced at all. So people are like, I'm not reading all that. I'm gonna skip. Funny part of that channel is people don't want to read, but he uploads the story, but you still have to read it. I know. I feel like it's just there for people who have played through the game, catch up with the story or something. But on that same regard, you could always just go into the game yourself and do it, unless you're feeling too lazy. But yeah, I figured I would just be the middleman for that and be like, here, I'll read the story for you. You know, it's like me. It's like when the teacher reads a storybook in front of the entire class of children.
Gather around, everyone. It's story time.
It'd be a lot of reading. That's for damn sure. It'd be a lot of reading. That's for damn sure. And of course, some of these would be pretty long. Like Cinder Burns. That's 10 hours. I don't know, maybe for super lengthy chapters, I might like just do it in parts. Maybe. Like for example, Fake Ascension, like how that's split into like 4 different parts. I can just do 4 different like reading videos of that one. Length of the story uploads with the convenience of being voiced. Best of both. Yeah, best of both. But I don't know. I feel like people would be intimidated to see, okay, let me see. Next chapter is Cinder Burns. 10 hours? Imagine sitting there for 10 hours listening to this shit. Of course, no sane person would want to sit for the entire 10 hours. Except for maybe me, but if it's something like Fake Ascension or Surviving Elusum, where those ones have different like parts split up, then I would split those parts up, obviously. I also kind of want to do the interactive shit with like Fake Ascension, because Fake Ascension has like the different like hidden stories just strewn about throughout the entirety of chapter 13. I'm just not sure how I go about that. Maybe like some hidden like, I don't know, somewhere throughout in the middle of the read or something. I don't know. Most people who click vids of that length don't watch it. They play while they work, exercise, or do whatever. True. Very true. If people are busy when they're working, but they need something to like be entertained with while they're working, or while they're working out, like you said. Yeah, that's true. That is true. I kind of just got the idea of doing full-on chapter reads on the other channel because I do remember getting one comment on one of my previous PGR readings about someone saying that they don't have the time to read through the story, so my streams have been very helpful for them to get through the story while they're working. So when I saw that, I was like, you know what? Maybe I should do something with that. Just not on this channel. Alrighty. Let's continue with the reading. I'll still respond and talk as I read. The first set of coordinates is located 16 kilometers outside the area of coverage of the CPFs. Characteristics of the location are the speed at which the plants wither and the excessive density of the punishing found in the soil. But market just got locked down a plan before anyone else. Yeah, and the New Year's coming up soon, so sometime next month. Well, I don't know, probably the beginning of the new year, I'll start streaming on the other channel instead. I'll make a stream. I'll have a stream on this channel saying it's the final stream, and inform on that stream that I'll be on a different channel, as well as like the community posts and whatnot. And then yeah, I'll just continue my streaming on the other account. And then when it comes to the whole reading thing, maybe I can do like live streams of PGR of me doing these recordings just for people to like hang out and chill, I guess. But I don't know. I do gotta figure out a proper, more organized plan to go about this stuff. Lee says, normally and theoretically speaking, an area of coverage should be slightly bigger than what's publicly announced, for what they call a partly shrouded area that falls short of being as effective as the actual area of coverage. I've just double-checked and confirmed that the CPFs closest to the first set of coordinates are still functional, which is why it makes no sense for the punishing virus to be found in such high density in the partly shrouded area. Right. Not to mention that the hetero creatures there are tougher than the ones we usually have to fight. But they got a power boost from the punishing virus. Question is, where did these nutrients come from? Nothing has occurred in that area recently that might have caused the density of the punishing virus to rise. What about the second set of coordinates? The second set of coordinates is located 5 kilometers southwestward of where Conservation Area 46 used to be. It's within an area of coverage, but the CPF there has stopped working. The punishing was no longer the densest there by the time we got there. It was 7 kilometers southwestward of the Conservation Area instead. At the new location 7 kilometers southwestward of the Conservation Area, we came across a pile of dead bodies of hetero creatures that occupied about 96 square meters. Based on our observation, we believe some of the corpses have degraded and made their way into the soil. Fortunately, though, given the conservation's proximity to the Inver Hetero Tower, the citizens from the conservation area have migrated to the clean zone, and they were the first people to have done so. Which is why there were no casualties when all the hetero creatures showed up. Based on the discussion we had on the way, it's possible that the same thing happened to these two locations. You mean how a bunch of hetero creatures died and their bodies degraded into the soil? That sounds logical enough. On the assumption that things happened faster at the first location than they did at the second location, which is why we didn't see any half-degraded corpses of hetero creatures at the first location. I bet those corpses had completely made their way into the soil at the first location, which is why we're seeing the punishing in such high density there. There is one question we need to answer if we're working with that assumption though, which is, Just who in the world smoked all those hetero creatures without catching anyone's attention? Dumbfounded, Lee and Liv say nothing. The three of you fall silent together. It could have been a new ascendant. No? We can't tell for sure, but we don't need to have a definite conclusion now. Well, let me go ahead and bring us up to speed about the location we're currently at then. The third set of coordinates is what remains of City 24/7. Jesus, what's wrong with me today? Located inside an effective area of coverage because it was slated to be turned into a conservation area. No one came to fix the roads here after an earthquake destroyed them 6 months ago. Construction effort of City 27 has been indefinitely suspended ever since. Most of the refugees here live in a small conservation area in the other half of the area of coverage. Despite an overload, the CPFs here are operating normally. In the mission summary we received, they made no note of there being hetero creatures in great numbers here in the data they'd sent back from Earth. So it's possible that what happened at the first two locations is going to happen here as well, but progress more slowly? Which means something is probably going to show up here soon and kill all the hetero creatures here and come up with a pile of dead bodies. We're missing something from the equation. The CPFs at the first two locations weren't working, but the ones here are. Right. There's no way anyone can tell there are CPFs here just looking at the data. I'm guessing that means the hetero creatures here might have a higher resistance against CPFs. The theory from the discussion among the three of you just now won't stand if you can't work out the inconsistency observed among the CPFs at the three locations. Could it be that the three places operate by slightly different mechanisms? That's possible. All we can say about the three locations is that they all have hetero creatures in great numbers that, for some reason, have developed a higher resistance against CPFs. The only way to take this discussion further is if we figure out what brought them about. With the discussion once again reaching a stalemate, you run a mental search in your head, hoping to find any missing pieces that might explain what's happening. Right then, all the projections go poof without a trace. We got company, Commandant. The hetero creatures are coming this way and we need to get out of here. Get the transport craft to pick us up as we go. Wait, are we heading straight back? Are we going to stick around and wait for whatever can kill all the hetero creatures to show up? There's no telling if we can make it out of here with the thing around. We should err on the side of caution without Lucia around. Right. One sec now. Pulling out what seems like a magazine and switching into his composite armaments, Lee fires a shot toward the highest point of the building. What comes out of his weapon, however, isn't a bullet, but a claw-looking object, one that travels through the air following a trajectory. What's that? A monitoring bot that I can control remotely. It'll stay here and keep an eye out on things for us. But it's just a toy that I came up with on a whim and isn't meant to be durable against powerful enemies. Better than nothing, I suppose. I just heard back from the transport craft, Commandant. They can't meet us at the rendezvous point given what's at stake. We need to keep a distance away from the rendezvous point. What do you suggest we do then, instead? Let's see. There is a mid-sized conservation area southward of where we are with a mission squad from Babylonia. We can take cover there for the time being. We should probably give them a heads up before we go, in case we can't get rid of all these creatures on our own. We don't want these things following us into the conservation area. Right, and the one in charge of this mission squad is Vera from Cerberus. Message sent. Great. Let's stay on the down low and head southward now. Roger that. Ooh, 24-4 packs. Yay! The plays her. Look at her. She's so cool. Those her weapons are so cool. This Noctis guy, is he really as bad as you make him sound? Yes, Noctis is a lazy troublemaker. I'm always there to handle his poop every time Captain is mad at him. Are you sure you didn't mean to say that you're always there to deal with the mess he causes? What the dog doing? Cute doggo. Yes, that's what I meant. As number 21 does a disgusted squint, her cobra raises its legs, apparently wanting to give Noctis a few metaphorical kicks in the butt. My captain always goes easy on him. See? What took you so long? Remember what time boss said we should be back to get things ready? Cannon wears the same look on her face, but number 21 can feel her vibes changing from just moments ago. It's quite a walk back from the forest. Think I've never tried walking back from there myself? It took me only 15 minutes when I did that. When are you gonna stop slacking off? I wasn't slacking off. At the day of all days, huh? Why are you doing this when boss and everyone else here are so nice to you? Boy's growing volume grows the attention of the two people sitting by the tent who are busy organizing their things. They stand up, walk this way. Hey, Cannon. Coming over this way are a friendly old lady and a slender middle-aged man. The old lady greets Cannon in a cheery tone, where the middle-aged man sizes number 21 up. Hey, Auntie Winger. No, Granny Winger, we can't. The old lady pats the teenager on the shoulder, gesturing to hold fire for the time being. Pouty, the teenager says no more, while his eyes brim with hostility all the same. See, Cannon, this young one is no bad kid. He just says what's on his mind. Right. Is this your friend? Lovely. Oh, I've seen her before. She came with the scarf in Babylonia. Right, Hoth? Right. I've seen her by the red-haired captain. Superb. Come on in, young lady. I know your squad came to keep us safe. We're celebrating Self-Salvation Day today, in commemoration of when Salins led us in forming this self-help group. It's going to get rowdy in a bit. See, Hoth and I were just organizing the light bulbs that we'd be decorating the tents with. Boss is being too nice for her, I swear to God. Come on, Lilin. Let's not go there on a day like this. Cannon has got away with Recon, and Salins always has good things to say about that. Wait, you aren't jealous of her because of that now, are you? See, Cannon is here to help us, and you really don't want to hold a grudge since we're all living together. I'm sure you'll be amazing with a capital A when you grow up. She only shows up when we're handing out supplies, and keeping an eye out for potential threats is all she ever does. Hell, she doesn't even really talk when I talk to her. How am I supposed to see her as one of us when she's like that? And there are always strings attached whenever we need her help. I ain't never seen such a greedy leech, if you ask me. And I even hear her saying all these words and phrases sometimes that I don't understand. She's just weird. We would never have asked her to come down here to help us out if Siren didn't go. And this leech isn't even helping us for free, as we all know. Lilin? The old lady's face grows heavy at the mention of the name Siren. The middle-aged man by the name of Hoth wastes no time giving Lilin a piece of his mind. Realizing what he's just done, the teenager says nothing. Sorry, Granny. I didn't mean to... Wait, and I thought you came here with your squad to help us find the people that went missing? What's taking you people so long? What are you doing going around with the leech? Just go and find Siren already. Lilin directs the question at number 21 in a slightly quiet tone, apparently knowing that he isn't going to get the answer he wants to his question out of number 21. Hurry up and get in. Dinner should be ready in a bit. Nodding at Hoth, Cannon grabs number 21 by the arm and dashes off. When number 21 looks back, she sees the gray-haired woman in the arms of Hoth, her shoulders shivering slightly. I'm sorry, 21. What are you sorry for? For how you were treated back there. It's all my fault. Oh, I see. A lot of people are like this to me. It might not be your fault. It's probably you carry different vibes from people. People here label me as odd when they sense something different about me. Animals accept or reject individuals based on smell. And humans might differ slightly from animals in certain ways, except feelings don't lie. Hence the way Lilin treated you. Basically, he saw you as an oddball too. Only saving grace, though, is that he apparently guessed who you were, which is why he didn't spew more venom than he already had. Number 21 wonders if she somehow picked up Cannon's vibes hanging out with her, and what people think of Vera and Noctis when they see him standing with her. She wonders if people want to throw Vera and Noctis into the garbage yard too, just because they hate the Cerberus. Just when number 21's mind is about to grow agitated, she feels a sting from the restraint around her neck, subduing the ripples in her head with pain. Are you feeling okay? Hey, come on over now. It's about to start. Already? I'm not even done here yet. Hey, wait up. Before number 21 can answer Cannon's question, the surroundings grow rowdy with people gathering toward the biggest tent in the base. Hey, if you aren't in a hurry, would you mind if I walk out with you after claiming my share of supplies? I doubt there will be anything useful left after for me to claim if I don't do it myself. Cannon asks number 21 with a somewhat awkward expression. When number 21 nods, Cannon once again ensures that number 21 feels fine before they head toward the tent with the crowd. The inside of the big reinforced tent bustles with people, most of whom with a smile on their faces. Caught right in the middle of the festive vibes, number 21 feels slightly out of place. Mixed with the burnt smell of low-quality tobacco and the odor of human bodies, the smell of heated food fills the air and warms the body. With all the unneeded decorations put away either outside the tent or in the corners, the center of the tent now holds a makeshift wooden stage. One side of the wooden stage is lined with a slightly disorganized row of long tables, with cups sitting on one of them. People gather around that table to get drinks. Another table carries some food. Food made with canned food and ingredients that had been sitting around for quite some time. Two of the pots sitting on the tables seem only passably decorated. Drooling, all the adults and kids are all looking at the food, but none of them fight over it. Cannon has been talking with a woman in a hat since she entered the tent while number 21 remains standing where she is. Looking up, number 21 sees yellowish light bulbs hanging at the ceiling of the tent. Flashing cores of light line the overhead beams, in addition to the main source of light. Many of the light bulbs don't work anymore, but the specks of light here and there still mesmerize number 21. I just asked around and found that Silence was about to give a speech in a bit. Let's get some food after that and bounce. You need to eat? I don't, but I can get some useful stuff if I exchange my food with people. There are merchants passing by this conservation area all the time, and it's from them that I get, well, what I need for my body. I see. Right then, at the clangs of someone beating on a piece of animal tableware, people all turn in unison to face where the clangs come from, and with it the crowd falls silent. On the stage, that's only big enough for one occupant, a tall man greets the crowd with a smile. How's everyone doing today? His simple greeting sets off a tsunami of applause. Seeing people raising their arms to greet him, the man nods back with a grin. Thank you all for being here today. We're all here today not only to celebrate having lived through yet another year, but also in commemoration of what's happened over the past few years and the people we shall not forget. We're living through a time in which the whole of who we are is greater than the sum of our parts. And trust me, my dear friends, is what makes us strong. And trust, my dear friends, is what makes us strong. Now, I've never failed to take the opportunity to recount the hardship we'd had to live through on this special day every year, but in the interest of time, I'll save all of us the pain of having to listen to the same old stories this year. Hey, don't do that. I'm new here and I'm all ears. Is that a bedtime story? Raise your hand if you wanted to tell a bedtime story. As they speak, people wait in anticipation for their leader to take them down memory lane, one with times they can still recount by heart. When Silence raises his hand with yet another smile, people stop talking and return their gaze to him. let me take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt welcome to our new friends. You can try to catch me or someone else who knows all about our stories to bring you up to speed, but do allow me to skip a few things here and there as we go. With that said, however, I'd still like to ask all of us to pay our respect where our respect is due, to everything we have overcome together, and to all those who have sacrificed themselves for us to be here. With it, the tent falls completely quiet, reminiscent of a church without a single soul. With silence leading the prayer, everyone is fully immersed in the mood of the moment, even the children. These people might have come from different walks of life, but here they are, remembering the darkest moments they've all lived through together. About a minute later, the crowd finally emerges out of the prayer as the noise of talking resumes. I'd like to thank all of us here for your trust, because without you, we would not have been here to see this light that shines through the night today, says Salins as he passes his eyes over every face in the audience. Too positive. When does it go downhill? It always goes downhill. Always. You just gotta wait for it. It's like a roller coaster. There are many who have known him for years. When they meet Salins in the eye, their eyes brim with tears. As all of you already know, we're currently facing some difficult challenges. Some of us have come back home wounded, while some have gone missing with their whereabouts unknown. But I'm sure we'll do everything we can to find them like we have so many times before. And I'm sure all of us will contribute to that. And seeing as they aren't here with us today, we'll hold a homecoming party for them when they're back home again. Yes, let's do that. Yay. Another tsunami of applause drowns the place, with sobs and cries coming from here and there. I've got some good news to share too. Within our proximity to the clean zone, we're likely going to be the next group of people to move there. And we'll all be safe and free of worries once we're there. I think we're close to the end of the tunnel here. So, I don't know, Chief. Do you know what story you're in right now? And last but not least, please help yourselves to the food and drinks. One serving per person, though. You know the drill. Oops, guess y'all need no reminder, do you? But do bear with this one last announcement. Yes, I promise this is going to be the last announcement of the day. This gathering is only going to last for 2 hours. You're free to go on partying in your respective tents after that. Please refrain from being outside after the gathering, and that's that. The good news and Salin's good sense of humor lighten up the mood. People from the fringe of the crowd start making their way toward the table with food. Another group of people surrounds Salins, shaking his hand and making small talk with him as he walks down the stage. He's like the president at this point. I'm done. Cannon made her way to the long table with food, even before Salins finished his speech, and got her share of food before people started gathering by the table. Number 21 keeps her eyes fixed on the group of people surrounding Salins, apparently not ready to go. Hey, what's the matter? What are they doing? Why are they doing that? Don't they need their supplies? People do that to ease themselves of the pain they feel inside. And what about you then? The big guy just thanked everyone here, and that includes you, Cannon. Salins is probably a reliable and trustworthy person, but he's their leader here. Anyone who wants to be a leader here has to become part of them, which is not something I can do. It's just like what you said, number 21. You have no idea why some people are hostile against you. That's because there is no way you can become part of what you don't belong to. Unless you forgive up on being who you are. Forgive up? Unless you give up. Why the word forgive? Unless you give up on being who you are. But I don't want to be assimilated and become someone I don't even recognize just so I get to enjoy being part of the group. I just can't become part of something else that I am not. I feel that. Assimilated. Number 21 repeats what Cannon just said. Come on, let's get going. We just need to cross this conservation area and keep walking down that path there, and we'll reach your encampment. Sure. Having only taken a few steps, however, number 21 stops Cannon. What if? This is what I saw in my terminal. A wolf pup goes missing after it's born. How would it ever find its way back to the other wolves? Well, I guess it's going to be hard. Without another wolf around to teach it how to survive the world, it won't last even a few days. And even if the baby wolf is lucky enough to fend for itself and even find food, it won't last long on its own. A wolf pack doesn't take in some wolf they don't know. I see. Let's go. Ready to leave? Number 21 starts walking. Cannon, wait! Everyone number 21 and Cannon are about to exit the tent. Silence calls their names from behind. He makes a beeline for them as he refuses the drinks that people try to pass him. Not going to stick around just a little longer, Cannon? And this is a construct from Babylonia, I presume. How are you? I can't do that. It's almost my shift now. I thought it was supposed to be a massage shift. Oh boy, guess he meant it when he said he was going to drink until he dropped tonight. Cannon responds with a nod, apparently not wanting to continue the conversation. In a quiet tone, Silence says what's on his mind. I heard about how Lowland treated you today. Sorry for what happened. He just has a hard time changing the way he is. I talk about one for all and all for one all the time, and I'm sure he got that off me. I mean, that's what's been helping us through the toughest of days here. Anyhow, I'll have a talk with him. He's really helpful, and he's on good terms with most people here. The way you live can come across as a little special here. That's not to say you need to change the way you live, of course, and I'm sure you know that. It's just that the way you live your life probably reminds Lillian of what he's experienced in the past. And it's because of what happened that he... Anyhow, do allow me to apologize to you on his behalf. That's fine. Auntie Winger had it all smoothed out for us. Oh, is that so? That's great then. Everyone in Silence is about to say something more. A dead drunk woman shows up and stuffs a mug of beer into his hand. Silence, that was great what you said. You are... Jeez, Susie, how much did you drink? Just wait. Hey, come on. We gotta do this. Here, bottoms up. And you just do whatever floats your boat. Gleck, gleck. What's a gleck, gleck? Seeing what's happening, Cannon nods at Silence and, elbowing her way through the crowd that's gathering this way for a look at the scene, leaves the tent. What the heck is gleck, gleck? According to Cannon, it's this way. Before the party tent. Let's go, buddy. Back to our place. I really wish I had Feral. She looks so cool. And purple. I like purple. I like purple. Oh no. Sensing a bad omen. It's too peaceful. I don't trust. No news at all? Sorry. It's been days already. Have you really been searching this time? Or nonstop? We will do our best to locate the missing people. Get in contact with all of them. How's that possible? Huh? What the hell is this thing? Buddy, where are you going? Wait here. I'll go around. Lost contact. Freaking out on the way here, as I had no idea what happened to them. I like how all the NPCs are just pretty much the same in clothing. Just them with gray clothes and a hood up. What is this? Someone drank a little too much. Strange traces. Buddy, check these out. Can't use your eyes anymore. I'll figure it out myself. My eye said. It could be the smell of the enemy. There should be more around here. Buddy, see if we can find the source. Okay. I was gonna write out the next patch as that's running slowly, but I just checked and it goes up to Isla. For the next selector? Really? I thought it would also... The Forbidden Heroine. For real. Really, for the next selector, it goes up to Isla? I figured that the next S-rank selector, when it's like... Huh. Found anything? Let me check. Prosthetic eye command. I got again. I can't see what you see anymore. I'll go around. Wait for me. Unknown slime. Strange traces again. When were they left here? This should be it. Closing digital vision. Oh. 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 Oh, that's not good. Oh no. A survivor. He's still breathing, but the one next to him has already passed away. Judging from the amount of liquid punching on his face, the man would probably lose his eyes even if he survives. Yeesh. Still breathing. Yeah, from what I understand, punishing is like similar to like radiation. Like it can just melt you. A dead person. He looks like a conservation area resident. His legs were deeply infected with obvious traces of tissue fluid coming out. Ew. Blood blisters can be found on the exposed skin. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, God. That sent shivers up my spine. Oh. Strange traces. Suspicious traces. Strange traces on the ground with human tissue and punishing virus. Was there a fight? Ugh. Dead person who dresses like a traveling merchant passing by. Her chest seems to have been torn open by something with signs of infection on the skin around the wound. Her fingertips are coated with black mud. Her body is still warm. She must have passed away not long ago. And no one noticed this? Already dead. And no one noticed this. I guess everyone's in the tent having a good old fun time that they couldn't hear the screams and the noise. Traces on the wall, also with human tissue and punching virus. Was the fight intense? Didn't hear any fight at all. Could it be snails? Some snails seem to have moved past here. Rotting from the inside while alive, not the way to go for real. For real, for real. Need to contact Captain. Communication. Why the buzz? Bad reception. Buddy, let's go outside. Everyone was having too much of a fun time But they didn't hear this happening. They're Raycons in. Oh. Oh. They're above us. Paraprotozoa. Oh, why is it so loud all of a sudden? Oh, why is it so loud? Oh, God. Why is it so loud? Hold on. I got jump scared. Jesus Christ, it's so loud. Why is it so loud? That was so unnecessarily loud. Oh. I got jump scared from the music. No. No, indeed. Oh no, dude. Well, kind of, I mean, I'd be lying if I said I didn't see this coming. This is too positive. When does it all go down? Told you it was too peaceful. Nah, if you hadn't said that, I think it would have stayed peaceful. You willed it into existence. I'm just kidding. No. Oh God, the party. Bro, if they broke in during that party, it would have been a huge fucking massacre. Not to say it's not a massacre now, but still. Oh my God. Dried traces. Are the patients all gone? Vera rushed her way to the conservation area, having learned about what had happened. Having quickly purged the encampment, Vera asked Salins to quickly tally up the people there. 4 left in the house, 1 still breathing, and the other already dead. That's weird. I remember seeing quite a few of them barely able to even walk when I came to check on them yesterday. Nearby, Salins is giving orders to the aggregation of refugees. The refugees form a squad of 6 rows, each with a person tallying them up. A boy of about 5 crouches before a military stretcher, screaming his father's name as he wails ceaselessly. The high-pitched cries sting at everyone's heart. Salins kneels down and gently hugs the boy before picking him up and carrying him to the end of the first line. Winger, could you look after Dak's son for now, please? Having just wiped away the remaining traces of her tears, the old lady rubs her hand on her ragged clothes, as if to hide any hint of sadness from the little boy. Okay, leave it to me. Salins nods and puts the boy down. Before sending him off, Salins holds onto the pair of tiny but callous hands. Chap, your dad will be back soon. You saw the doctor giving him a checkup and treatment earlier, right? Chap nods his head while biting on his lips and widening his eyes to keep himself from crying, but droplets of tears continue to roll down his cheeks every time he blinks. The kid's name is Chap. I thought Silence was like I thought Silence was like British or something because he said Chap. He was just calling the kid old Chap. Hello, old Chap. Oh no, that's the kid's actual name. Uncle Silence, Daddy's eyes are hurt. What will happen when Daddy wants to dry? Daddy always sheds a lot of tears whenever we visit Mom at the grave. Where will the tears go now? Silence opens his mouth, but no words come out that can answer the child's innocent question. Winder takes Chap's hand and pulls him into her arms. My dear child, it's all going to be okay. Everything is going to be fine. Chap follows Winder into the first line as Silence points at them to a colleague counting each person in the line. The colleague gives Silence an okay signal. Roughly 3 minutes later, when everyone's been counted, Silence approaches Vera. Vera, we have 6 deaths, 12 injured, and 9 missing. Including the ones who were missing before, we've got a total of 26 unaccounted for. Thank God you and your team were in the area when it happened. It would have been much worse. But the missing 26. Every one of them is important to us. I know you only have a few hands, so if there's anything we can do, please let me know anytime. If there's anything, I will. But let's make sure these people are safe first. Vera points to the crowd behind Silence. One of my members told me that the hetero creature appeared inside the makeshift shed. If my memory serves me correctly, that's where the injured were cared for. Is that right? Yes. Before you arrived, the shed was a resting spot for merchants or informants. But we took over the place when the infected grew in number. Who was the last person to check on the shed before the incident? Is he on the death or missing list? There was a nurse by the name of Vane, about 20. She's also one of the missing. And Dak. He's not a professional nurse, but he's been learning how to care for patients ever since his wife passed. Anyways, he's been helping out in the shed. His face is severely infected, which caused some complications. The doctor said he went awake for a while. The last time I saw the patients, many of them couldn't walk. How are they doing now? Can they walk now? We haven't had enough serum for a while now. We've been giving diluted or minimum medication, so they aren't going to recover anytime soon. Wait, we got a shipment of medicine late this afternoon. I gave them to Vane. Maybe she reassigned the dosage. Increasing medication won't heal rotting bones or flesh in a few hours. Has anyone seen or heard patients call for help or run away? We were all enjoying the precious holiday time when it happened, and nobody saw or heard anything before the white-haired guy who's one of us noticed the monsters. What about the entrance to the shed? Any sign of damage? There is, but we don't know what caused it. Everyone is panicking, and fighting will inevitably cause some damage. Vera looks past Silence at the sight that, until just not so long ago, was filled with joy and laughter. This makes no sense. How did the patients move elsewhere? If the hetero creature carried them off, there should be witnesses or tracks. With that, Silence falls silent too. How about you help me out now? Get everyone who's not on some urgent task gathered at the clearing. I'll leave a few of my people here to protect you. Give me half an hour to search through the area. No problem. I'll explain the situation to everyone. Number 21, chop chop and get to work. Yep. Chop chop. You take over the side, number 21, leave the other side to me. Be thorough. Copy that. Okay. Rope. Red and gray braided rope, probably worn by someone around their waist. It lies on a trace that is about to dry out, wrapped up by a weird dried liquid. If you take a closer look, you find that the trace seems to lead to somewhere in the distance. Oops.
落ち着いてスメ。
New enemies. Did I miss them just now? I will go back and double check. Be thorough, Captain said. Kid, you alright? Thank you. You're welcome, kid. Evacuate this place. Not safe. We just need a little more time. A friend is sick. We left in a rush and forgot to take the medicine just now. Don't worry, we'll be right there once we find it. Here, found it. 2 bottles? Just take both. Did anything strange happen here? Someone said they saw a monster near this tent. But I can't seem to find anything. I see. It could also be a false alarm. Better keep looking. Ooh. These guys are hella ugly. Can't believe we left out some enemies just now. They suddenly jumped out from behind the tent. I was freaking out. Fortunately, thanks. I'll just continue investigating. Oh. Just, oh. Sniff. Here it is. It's the same trace as before. But it seems new. It's heading that way. Claw marks and rubbles. The erosion doesn't seem to be caused by hetero creature, but by physical destruction, probably caused by the recent combat. Huh. Can't enter there anymore. Captain, number 21, task complete. Found anything? Number 21 found... Monster, help! There are still monsters in the base! Save the report for later, number 21. Stop them first. Okay. Ow. It's very slow projectile. They're really slow. It's worse than I thought. You two go back and bring the transport craft here along with the medical supplies inside. Roger. Roger, roger. Tracks. They went that way. Number 21 points at the hetero creature track she just discovered. It's a drag mark. Salins, is there anything out of the ordinary at the northwest base recently? Massar, Lilin, Cannon, over here. Have you guys noticed anything unusual on your patrols? Northwest? Nothing I can remember. I've been guarding the south for the past week. North was the boy and the girl alternated. Massar points at Cannon. Cannon is about to answer Vera's question, but Lilin cuts her off. I assure you there have been no monsters in the northwest in the past few days, or I would have reported it already. I think I haven't seen anyone pass through that main road these days. Usually we'd see merchants or other travelers on this road 2 or 3 times a day. What about you? Vera focuses her eyes on the only person who hasn't spoken but speaks in a hesitant tone, taken aback when she realizes that the girl isn't human. What Lillian said is exactly what I've seen too. But I did notice that the woods near the northwest recon point are quieter than usual. Quiet. The birds there don't chirp anymore, and the breeze seemed for 2 days it was too humid, and another day too dry. Birds? I've never heard a bird call around there. Where can you find birds here? Deep in the forest. Those little critters are having a difficult life too. Lillian looks at Cannon with suspicion. Whether it's work or personal, what Cannon said seems not very credible. I think we should go take a look. If these clues do mean something, we might still make it in time. Hey, the guy responsible for the south, just to make sure, is there anything unusual in the south? Let me think. No, there's a field of tall grass in the south, but no path. Nobody passes through there anyways. There are no trees, so no birds to begin with. And this. Number 21 opens her terminal to show Vera a photo. In a pool of purple-red liquid lies a worn bracelet with alternating bands of red and gray. Vera moves one step over and waits for Silence to come for a look. He nods solemnly after seeing the photo. This belongs to Vane. It's her late sister's. Vane always carries it with her. I see. Silence will need someone familiar with the Northwest to go with us for an investigation. And just be warned, just be warned that we might run into hetero creatures. My team and I will do everything we can to protect your man. We will need him to keep an eye out for traces of or items belonging to those that went missing. Can I take her? Vera points at Cannon. She's not familiar with their items and habits. Silence, let me go with them. I will find everyone. I want to see Siren again. This kid. Cannon doesn't pay much attention to others. What about Lillian? He might be young, but he can carry out missions on his own. He also knows everyone well. Okay, let's do that, but I know that you'll have to follow my orders. I will. If we see a monster, I will hide right away and won't get in your way. Also, be aware that we still have no idea what's going on. We're heading out to make sure nothing bad will happen again. Our goal is not to rescue the missing people. We are clear on that. I understand, but I still hope that if you see any of them, please bring them back. Even one is better than none. And I'll send 2 members down south. Pick out a few who can fight or run at least. The south is safer, relatively speaking, and they'll be scouting there. Some people might have run outside the base in a panic. Got it. Silence approaches a few middle-aged men who begin checking their weapons and belongings after hearing the order. Then he waves a Musar and Cannon as they walk toward the group of men. You and you. You two go with the group. And remember that if you spot a bunch of enemies at once, run for it immediately. Roger that. Also, keep an eye on that construct and make sure she's not someone who escaped the purifying force. If she is, just report her all the way up without going through me. If she's not, just leave her be. The 2 constructs nod their heads and follow Vera's line of sight to look at Karen. As if sensing attention, Cannon suddenly turns around and scans her surroundings. The 2 constructs quickly take their eyes off her and pretend to talk about the mission. You 3, stay in the conservation area with the medic. Stay vigilant, and contact me if anything comes up. Roger that. Number 21. Number 21? What are you doing scurrying about? Time for work. Buddy. Buddy is not here. I can feel it. But Buddy is not here. Open, Buddy. Open your eyes. It won't open. I can't see what Buddy is seeing. Number 21 shows her fangs like an angry lion, but she can't find her foe. She faces the ground with an empty stare. As she tries again and again to sync with her cobot, her pupils continue to dilate and contract like camera lenses that can't find their focus. When did that happen? Just now? I don't know. This frame connects differently to Buddy. I can only feel a weak. Number 21 stares off into the distance and focuses all her energy on searching for the weak signal from the cobot. A shock of pain travels through number 21 like a venomous snake racing through her veins. Don't concentrate all your computing power to your mind port. Are you trying to fry your brain? But I need to do something about Buddy. Number 21, try to see if you can sense a general direction. Number 21 closes her eyes and scans through a mess of signals for the familiar one. I can't. We've got to go. We need to make a trip up northwest. If you sense something different from Cobot later, we'll act accordingly. 21. Okay. Scanning through the base one last time, the white-haired girl responds positively to the order. I like that Vera's being considerate of 21 though. For it. Like Vera isn't like, listen, we have other matters to focus on, you know? We'll look for Buddy later. It's like, no, if you find any sort of hint or clue regarding Buddy's location, we'll act upon it accordingly. So yeah, I do like that Vera's being considerate towards her. The price of sacrifice. A slimy, sticky crawling sound echoes through the dim room. Ew. Inside a simple corral made of piles of boulders and rebars, a few flora and fauna-like hetero creatures are wandering about. The monsters walk past one another without any aggression. Instead, they move together as a group toward the edge of the corral. Within 1 meter of the corral is a house-cleaning robot that is dead from running out of power. The hetero creatures reach out their limbs hysterically at the slumbering machine and keep ramming into the fence that is stopping them. Gradually, the commotion slows to a halt. 2 plant-like hetero creatures extend their crown upward and grab onto the highest rebar of the corral. Next, 3 amphibian-like hetero creatures slowly climb upward along the bodies of their kind. After some struggle, they realize that the slimy skin of their kind is not suitable for climbing. The hetero creature leading the procession extends its concealed blade on its limb and stabs into the body of one of its friends, pushing this affair up another level. When the last hetero creature climbs onto the branch leading to the crown, the thin branch finally splits down the middle from the weight. Wait, what? Finally splits straight down the middle from the weight. Okay. I thought I read that wrong. That's why I had to double check. The unfortunate climber and the 2 plant-like hetero creatures tumble onto Earth, their crowns still clinging to the top. The 2 hetero creatures that made it over the enclosure close in on their prey and begin their aggressive attack on the silent machine. Sir, a call for Lithos. Grey Raven, they have left, sir. They have left the eye, which I asked Mr. Monster to remove. Everything else is as you've predicted. Your cargo is ready in the paper crane. I don't think we need the badge to know what this means. Yes, social activity also appeared in City 27. That means we should prioritize projects related to Cthulhu. I've learned that when it came to like pronouncing names like Cthulhu or Cthulhu, it's actually pronounced as if there's no like th sound. That's why I pronounce Cthulhu as Cthulhu, not Cthulhu. Right. We can let Mr. Monster join the project if that's okay with you. Lithos glances at the man beside her, but he's looking downward and is as quiet as the long winter night. Maybe meeting him was destiny steering us into the future we see now. Cinderella and I couldn't be more thankful for the projects related to Cthulhu, but it may not be the best for you, if I may. Are you sure we want to initiate the backup plan? They are backup plans precisely because they will achieve the results we desire. Don't worry. Then I know what I should do next. I really hope she will become the key that you need. Are you going to keep observing them? Cinderelic points at the hetero creatures that are still attacking their prey. Get rid of them. There's no room for doubt. But only a portion of samples display cooperative behaviors. That already proves that it's possible. Go and turn them into Earth-like creatures. That will make it easier for Ascendants and humans to understand and manipulate hetero creatures. You also need to start preparing items related to Catilla. Yes, sir. Vonnegut looks at the girl with wings to see if she has any other concerns. I was thinking about what Lithos said earlier, that Project Catilla might not be the best choice for you. Because the project will destroy the original person and the survivors, that would mean a higher risk with Haywire. That tower is evidence that humans discovered the key before us, but lost control of it. If we don't do anything, unusual concentrations of the punishing virus will only create more chaotic hetero creatures. And creatures created from the red tide are difficult to predict and control, like the test samples Lithos left at the Copperfield Aquarium. Confining them to Earth's natural laws before they go haywire is the best choice for us and for humans. So go and make your dream come true. Yes, sir. Hey, hey, hey! Over here! Oh, over there! Over there! Go right over there! Boom. Behind a scary-looking guy is a group of 4 or 5 hetero creatures. After luring the monsters to a specific spot, the muscular construct gives them an aggressive punch, sending them flying a few meters backward. Before the monsters could get back up, they were already engulfed in flames from the explosion. Mr. Noctis, too close! What? The explosion! Too close to Commandant. Huh? There's enough time for 21 to run 3 laps while carrying Vera. The construct might be capable of that, but shards from an explosion can totally kill a human. But he's wearing a powered metal suit. Well, at least count to 3 next time before you set off the bomb so people have time to ready themselves. Oh, sure thing. Next time I'll go 3. Boom and boom. Jeez, we asked you to count to 3, not say 3. Haha, you moron. Don't you know I don't like to count? This guy's wild. Just kidding. I set up that one earlier, so that doesn't count. Next time I'll count properly, alright? Are you alright, Commandant? Yeah, I'm fine. Air reeking of explosives rushes into your lungs as you take a deep breath. A shiver travels down your spine when you realize that it has already been filtered by the powered suit. The Cerberus is notorious for their way of executing missions, but the way this particular Mad Dog, pulled off his act just now is way beyond rough. The only Mad Dog I know is Mad Dog of Shimano, Goro Majima. With his help, however, you manage to lose a great number of your pursuers just half an hour after leaving City 27. You encountered some enemies here and there on your way to the conservation area where the Cerberus are stationed, but the hetero creatures aren't much of a threat with the 3 constructs around. Is it just me, or are these trash harder to get rid of than usual? It's not. They are definitely stronger than before. Are the enemies you fight in your missions also becoming stronger? No. That's why I thought I was imagining things. But I think it's time to take my explosives to the next level. Does your mission have to do with the hetero creature too? I think so, but not to fight them. Vera is already having a headache dealing with people from the conservation area. Are the people there difficult? How would I know? But Vera hasn't sent me back to beat up anyone, so I guess they're okay. Ah, shit. Wasn't I supposed to say that? Whatevs. If someone asks, I'll just say the little foolish girl said it. Maybe it's a lack of resources? After we get there, we'll be able to help. Really? Boy, aren't you kind. We've already sent our location to the transport craft. Should we ask them to pick us up later? Yes, I have something of a theory that I might be able to test out at the conservation area. The sound of explosions and gunshots slowly vanishes, and before you know it, every last one of your pursuers have been eradicated. That's the last of them. Now let's get you to work at the base. Wait here for a bit. I know a secret shortcut, but let me go check its location. The muscular construct sprints straight into the knee-high undergrowth from the large road. Commandant, what caught your attention exactly? Remember what happened at the stairwell? Some hetero creatures committed suicide to become stepping stones for the rest to climb. And maybe, just maybe the heaps of hetero creature corpses at the first and second sets of coordinates are the result of mass suicides? Right. We haven't heard of the enemy committing mass suicides. But let's say this theory was true. Why did they do it? I have no idea. But if they actually committed suicide on purpose, then I think we're about to see some drastic changes in the battles coming up. The desire to survive is in the genes of every creature on Earth. It connects every living individual, forming a web that instills the temptation to live into every creature. Only blinking eyes can behold the beauty of a loved one. Only a breathing nose can take in the aroma of delicious food. And only moving arms can feel the warmth of another. Living is the only way to experience what life has to offer, and lives on Earth fight endlessly for that right. That is also why we remember those who give their lives for others as heroes in their deeds. They went against the instinct to avert death, against their nature, against their fears, all for something greater. Hetero creatures, however, simply live with the need to attack and are bound by individual worth and the fear of death. For them, the strategic goal of the group takes priority, so sacrificing the self to create a bridge is the most sensible choice. And that turned an otherwise disorderly group of individual hetero creatures into an organized troop with absolute execution power. Humans have been searching for solutions in waves of disasters with our intelligence and human nature. But are we entering another deep winter, just as we are turning this war around in this fight for survival? But we have to keep in mind the possibility that the Ascendants are behind us. Speaking of which, the camera robot is damaged. Did it capture anything? You could see that the hetero creatures in the area were all moving slowly in the same direction after we left. Then the robot went dead. The work seems a little too neat for it to have been the doing of a hetero creature noticing and immediately destroying the robot. Just upload the footage. They'll analyze it by frame. Hey, Grey Raven! Over here! Noctis hops down from a tree, crashing a handful of lush vegetation. Hey, are we going to wade through this meadow? Yep. You can't tell there's a path, right? I told you it's a secret shortcut. Just follow me. He strides confidently into the natural sea of green right away. Let's go. Commandant, please follow Liv. I'll be right behind you. He says after a frustrated sigh. At the other end of the meadow, with weapons in hand, the humans and constructs are cutting a path through the tall grass. The two groups will soon meet somewhere among the sea of green. The smell she desires. Animals wouldn't do that. Sir, animals wouldn't be trying to systematically control Alt-Delete humanity either. True. True. I'll take the left, and you take the right, number 21. Shorty, stay close to us. I'm not short. I am not done growing yet. Right. Number 21 walks to the other side of the road with a blank face and focuses on some marks left on the ground and mud. Her tail swings quickly but mindlessly, destroying a few fragile flowers. Is Chrono the one responsible for developing number 21's new frame now? Yes. Under whose order? Forget it. We need a lot of help from Chrono even if we wanted to design it ourselves. We have no data on our current design. This frame might just become the victim of some complicated war one day. It's better to let one party complete the entire design, rather than have both sides be skeptical about the other's design. For developers, getting the new frame to work is the only way to obtain new valid data. So I can understand why he decided to hand over the authority of design. But I can promise you that I hold significant influence even if I can only supervise the process. I would like to receive a copy of every progress and compatibility report. This is a reasonable request from the supervisor of number 21, right? I'll see to it as long as classified development information is kept safe. On behalf of number 21, I really appreciate your help. The red-haired construct puts on a bright smile, but under her perfect smile stirs raging, suppressed anger. I'll get going then. Right. 1 second. I know number 21 has little common sense and has trouble with words, but do you know anything about what she wrote about her wish for the new frame? What did she write? To have the smell of humans. Ever since she returned from a mission in a little town, the smell of humans became one of her favorite phrases. Vera never paid much attention to it when it appeared in the daily squabbles of Cerberus. The smell of humans. That is something that becomes non-existent the moment someone chooses to become a construct. Noctis is no brighter, and Vera would give him a painful kick the moment he heard him say something like that. But for someone who is robbed of her human experience, crazy phrases like this seem oddly fitting. But nobody knows what number 21 still needs to become the human that she imagined. The original goal was to provide her with some extra options on the top of stability. But live testing has shown that the frame cannot follow her wishes if it's to maintain stability. And as far as frame stability goes, most constructs experience fear and panic when the imagined self is different from their actual self. Basically, it's when their inner self cannot accept reality. Does number 21 really know her heart? She is showing a lower compatibility in the human-like frame than her current frame. Number 21, can you find what you are desperately looking for? Captain, is Buddy going to die? If you were the one who is lost, are you going to sit there and wait for death? No, I'll come back to be with you. Then you should know more than anyone else that Buddy isn't going to give up so easily. Right. Having some motivation recovered, number 21 rushes back to her research area. I found some footprints. Over there. The boy's yell emanates from nearby as he waves at Vera with an exaggerated gesture. Without waiting for her response, he swiftly dashes toward the newly discovered clue. Hey, don't run away like that. Number 21, follow him. Stupid kid. Look here. I said stay close to us. Will you? I saw something. Fine. These footprints are new. All right, Shorty. Tell me what you think. No. Look at the heel of this footprint. It's missing a piece. It looks like Auntie Vane's. What do you mean? She lives close to me, so we talk every day. Yesterday, she complained about the cracked sole of her shoe. She didn't have time to get it fixed. Weird. Why only footprints from one foot? The footprints are getting messy from here. Did she bump into hetero creatures here? But why would she run so far all by herself? Let's keep going. Silence is right. You know your conservation area very well. Of course. I'm not like that cold-blooded one. Everyone is nice to me. Of course I should help them back. I just don't understand her. She took all the help for granted and still remains so distant. That's why I want to find everybody. I don't want to see their tears. Just a reminder that I can't promise you will find them. Oh God. Captain, there's something in front. A flower. Never seen this kind before. Have you, Shorty? No, never. Wait a sec. This is not right. We didn't walk that far, but these trees, they look nothing like what I remember. Stay calm. Ew. The smell makes me uncomfortable. These things are disgusting looking. I love that little ping sound you do after you do like 3 pings. That little like ting. Oh, the ground is shaking. What's going on? Number 21. I don't know what's going on. My head hurts a lot. It's because of the restraint. Or, here we go again. Here we are again. Why don't you just go home, Zeraphym? Take caution. She's... Stay away from enemies. Oh, I thought I was supposed to go there and fight. Rest to ease the headache. I can't be moving. Right? The pain seems to have eased a bit. Okay. Phew. It doesn't hurt anymore. Are you alright? Don't just stand there, Shorty. Run. Yeah, Shorty. Protect him, number 21. Get away. Okay. Leave me alone. Oh. The game. Just don't fight them, idiot. No. I thought it was like, I thought the red health, I've been so used to seeing like red health bars on like enemies and on yourself. So like, I thought the bar above was like her health. Like the red was her health. So it going down, I was like, oh, she's gonna die. That's why I kept on moving around. Twisted Forest. If only I had my own feral. I'm gassing out. Try to keep up. Telling a human to keep up with the construct is wild. Because you damn well the human won't be able to keep up. Humans have stamina. Enemies ahead. I guess in a sense constructs kind of have stamina too. It's when their like bodies wear down, right? Suffering from lack of Gamba. It's just a forest. How the hell do they come up with these enemy designs? Dude, Pharaoh's gameplay is so good. All clear around here. Let's dress up for now. What happened to your face, Shorty? You alright? Oh my god. I think so. It weirdly scratched my face when I was on the run. Ouch. Oh no, are the plants? Take this. Use it to clean your wound first. I'll send you back just to be safe. No, don't. We already found the clue. I already need to. The injury's too risky for you. It's just a tiny scratch. And you must listen to me. Do you know the forest here? From there onward, it's like nothing I remember. I hear footsteps. The enemies are coming. Can't they just give us a break? They infected this forest, man. It's like the forest has punishing now on it. Bam, 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 bam. Protect woman. They are getting tougher. I can't tear them apart easily. Indeed, I feel that too. Better get someone to pick us up. Initiating comms. Buzz, buzz. Hello? Vera here. Base, do you copy? Can anyone hear me? I need someone to pick us up. Uh-oh. What's going on? Hey, you. I think I just saw them. Hey. This smell is getting strange. Follow him. Got it. Oh no, he going crazy. Having a soft voice or having then if she had a crazy voice. Like if it's like her voice kind of is soft spoken. It's just very monotone with the way she does it. She only goes crazy. She only has the crazy voice whenever she like fights and stuff. I personally don't find it creepy. I think it's cute. I think it's adorable. I personally find it more creepy if they're being like maniacally crazy all the time. Well, not so much as creepy, but just straight up kind of like scary. Kind of like Voodoo. Whenever Voodoo has their fucking bipolar moment. It's not them being bipolar, it's literally them having another consciousness in them, but like, same thing. Buzz buzz. Still can't get through. Ah, the communication signal is disrupted, but it was still working yesterday. Is this stuff jammed? It's been stored in an exclusive box all this time, so technically this can't happen. Buzz, buzz. While the two of them talk, the construct persistently attempts to adjust the equipment's parameters, only to hear static noise off and on. How about this? Since there's no other option right now, I'll stay here and try my luck with it. And I'll keep you updated once there's any progress. The construct gives you and Noctis a nod before turning back to work on the malfunctioning device. Let's look around first. Showing no objection, Noctis shrugs and proceeds to follow you out of the transport craft. Eek. Sorry, Commandant. Did I hurt you? As you step out of the craft, Liv rushes over, almost colliding with you, while clutching a medic box in her hand. I'm totally okay. Don't worry, you didn't actually bump into me. Are there a lot of casualties? The medic said that they've already provided treatment to all the wounded after the incident. We just noticed varying degrees of deterioration in everyone's wounds. Even with sufficient doses injected, the serum seems to be not working as efficiently as expected. And one of the medics accidentally came into contact with an infected patient's body fluid, so I'm bringing medicine over. Liv, be careful. After giving you a brief nod, Liv hurriedly departs, grabbing the medicine box tightly in her hand. Hello, Officer... Just call me Usabeni. Officer Usabeni, Is there anything else I can help you with? Salon's expression shows genuine sincerity. Before arriving here, your squad and Noctis ran into a search group in the south of the conservation area. After Noctis exchanged information with the construct in the group, they decided to let one of them escort Noctis and you back. After learning about what happened in the campsite from Salons, you intended to contact Vera for a discussion regarding the next step. However, you soon discovered significant signal disruption in the vicinity. As if enveloped by a veil of mist, the entire area suddenly lost all communication signals, casting a sense of unease over everyone present. I can send my men to assist you if you plan to rendezvous with Captain Vera. We need to be discreet before taking any action. With their location unknown, our decision could put another group of people in danger. You're right. I'm just worried about the kids' safety. If they do run into any danger, Vera and the others will do everything they can to protect them. And I'm sure you sent them on the mission because you believe in him. Yeah. Knowing that believing in someone and worrying about him is not contradictory, as the leader of the conservation area, however, Salins has to maintain a composed demeanor for the sake of his people. The other thing is, my men noticed some unusual activity in the south. We're going to check it out. Can you assign a construct to come with us? Heard you guys bumped into some monsters on the way over, so I'm thinking that they might have wandered somewhere nearby. Noctis, can I leave that to you? Oh, I was kind of expecting you to let me search for Vera and 21 so that I could see them burst into tears upon my arrival. Anyways, dealing with those hetero creatures is also part of the gig that Vera gave me. As Noctis moves his shoulder around, he follows Silence away with his weapon in hand. Vera's team has already relocated their tents for the military encampment to the conservation area. With the aid of their devices, Lee is running a thorough analysis of the available data. Lee, how's it going? I've been trying all the way here, but the videos can't be uploaded with the low-level channels on and off. But I've had all the data sorted out for our squad, as you asked. Now, tell me about your speculation. You see 3 dots flashing on the screen before you, representing the 3 central purification filters located near the mission points. The dots marked with numbers 1 and 3 are emitting a green glow, suggesting the CPFs are operating normally, while the other dot appears grayed out, which means the CPF near mission number 2 has shut down. Lee's with his weapon in hand. Is his hand not his weapon? True. he just has another separate arm. He's just holding another separate arm. I'm guessing maybe they're talking about maybe he has like a freaking I don't know, an explosive in hand. But even then, they could have just called it an explosive, another explosive, not a weapon. But how funny would it be if he just had a spare arm of his, just holding it? Just carrying around a spare arm. His reasoning, extra reach. He has that extra reach. Using each of the 3 dots as the center, Lee highlights the range of influence for each CPF. Coincidentally, all 3 of your mission points fall within the boundaries of their respective circles. Our current location is right here. With that said, Lee marks the conservation area with a new dot. You take the operation terminal from Lee and hide all the other marks, leaving only the 3 mission points in the conservation area on display. According to Salons and Vera's men, I'm assuming the conservation area will soon be the 4th location where hetero creatures gather. The possibility stands. Since similar situations haven't occurred here, the command center didn't include this area in our mission. That's my assumption. Shall we ask around about the CPFs? No. So you think it has nothing to do with the filters? You nod at Lee and slide your finger across the terminal, causing the map on the screen to zoom out gradually, revealing a wider area. Hold on. Lee immediately picks up your thought and takes the terminal back. 2 seconds later, a bigger dot is marked on the map, the Inver Hetero Tower. Then the clean zone centered around the Inver Hetero Tower comes into view, in a ring area outside which the 3 mission points and the conservation area fall. This means hetero creatures are gathering abnormally in the vicinity outside the clean zone. But we haven't collected enough evidence yet, so this is just a speculation. If this is true, it means that the enemy has secretly started an even fiercer counterattack after humans just gained the upper hand in this war. If events unfold as anticipated, the first area reclaimed on Earth, symbolizing hope for mankind, may become a secure but enclosed prison. Oh, if the hetero creatures in the entire ring area somehow learn to work together, the absolute safety of the clean zone will need a reconsideration for sure. Report! I picked up a signal. The construct, who had been occupied with the transmitter in the transport craft, bursts into the tent and almost stumbles upon entering. Bzz, calling, hear me? Bzz, bzz. The transmitter plays a captured call, but only a few words can be discerned from the audio due to the overwhelming static noise. Sounds like Vera's voice. But there's no way we can reach her now with the current signal disruption. Can we track her down? Can we track down their location through this? Only more advanced communication devices can manage that. Fortunately, this one we have on hand isn't one of those. This was initially planned as a simple mission, so we didn't request any of the advanced equipment except for the standard ones. If I could know this earlier. Neglecting the construct's complaint, Lee's focus seems to be drawn by something on the ceiling of the tent. Sensing his unusual behavior, you follow his gaze and direct your attention toward the same spot. Having seen that, the construct abruptly ceases his mumbling and joins you and Lee in looking up. Sorry, when them saying like they're looking up and shit, for some reason I was immediately reminded of that like recent like popularity of this like art or drawing where it was like Vegeta standing in the rain, but next to him is Goku with his mouth open looking up trying to drink the rain. I immediately remember that just came into my mind. Looking up when all three of them looked up. At the focus of your gazes is a capsule-shaped level vial attached to the ceiling. The red liquid inside appears to be trembling slightly. Oh. An earthquake? But it sure doesn't feel like one. The tremor doesn't come as you expected. A few seconds later, the level vial already turns still again. Was that wind? But this tent is military-grade windproof. As Lee lifts the tent flap, you expect to be greeted by a powerful gust of wind that would shake the tent. However, nothing has happened. As you and Lee lock eyes in contemplation, a sudden tremor ripples through the ground beneath your feet, disrupting the momentary stillness. Unlike the sensation of the ground being torn apart, you are bombarded by intensified small vibrations as if countless insects are scurrying and trampling upon the ground. The peculiar sensation creeps up from your feet, crawling its way up your body until it permeates every inch of your skin. Fear. Let's check outside. Confused murmurs and noises reverberate throughout the conservation area as people exchange glances, searching for an explanation. Before anyone can fully comprehend the situation, the ground starts shaking with even greater force as the true horror begins to unfold. Amidst the rustling sound of vegetation, some of the grassy plants anchored in the shallow topsoil are effortlessly torn asunder, exposing their twining light brown roots. Ah! Earthquake! It's an earthquake! Run to the open space! Don't get close to any buildings and forget about your stuff in the tents. What is that? With the transmitter still in hand, the construct makes an exaggerated lunge to steady himself, pointing towards something in the distance. As you turn your gaze in that direction, a mesmerizing sight unfolds before your eyes. The treetops, adorned in a bright color, slowly emerge from the depths of the dark green woods. Oh my god. Bro, we already had to deal with the invert tower. We already had to deal with the hetero tower, not another monument coming out of the ground. Come on. We can't catch a break. Their growth defies all expectations, surpassing the normal dimensions of trees in a matter of moments, and their roots soon materialize above the woods without even touching the soil. These roots are connected to stocky stems, originating from a central wooden body that appears unbending. Jesus! In other words, those tree crowns are branches extending from one tree. No, it is inaccurate to refer to it as one tree. It resembles a plant composed of various intertwined parts, chaos existing in the form of a living organism, and it can only be remotely categorized as a plant as it exhibits both wood-like texture and patterns. A globular forest. This is the only phrase you can manage to form within your mind. First we got a tower and now we got a giant-ass forest, man. Stop it! Man. How many more things are we gonna have coming out of the ground? Hetero glows before GTA 6. For real. We had all of that. We had everything happen from prologue to chapter 28 before GTA 6. Kinda nuts. Lost Shadow. We had Lilith, an S-rank unit, come out before GTA 6. Wait for me, guys. I found you. Stop, Shorty. I like how she keeps calling him Shorty. You are all here. He's screwed. Do you want me to go over there too? Okay. He's dead. He's dead. Number 21, stop him. Roger. Oh god. First it's a tower, now it's a tree. Come back. You want to hold my hand? Got it. No. Number 21, come back. Oh, shit. Phew. Enemies. Captain needs my help. I see the damage numbers. The damage numbers are there. Is your frame running again? Is the invert device working properly? Oh boy. All clear. Number 21. Damn, did she pass out? Oh, hasn't gotten used to the frame. I guess I'm playing as Vera now. Oh boy. What the hell? That was a different one. It was like one entirely different enemy there. Commandant, the wounded and priority evacuees have finished boarding. Should we get them going immediately? Give me a minute. I'll go take a look. The transport craft that Vera's team brought is now filled with people. The majority are elders and children, with only a few individuals being carried on stretchers. Things stopped. Sounds points at the globular forest. Globular? Globular, because it's rounded. If I say glob, it makes it sound like it's like a blob. Blob sounds like glob. I hear glob, I think of blob. Globular forest that almost extended to your vicinity. Is everyone alright? Only a few are slightly scratched. They'll be fine. Still, you seem much worse when the tower and the clean zone appeared. Having scratches was like winning this lottery at that time. The waves of tremors are really unsettling. You wonder if it looks akin to a tumor abruptly sprouting from the surface, as seen from Babylonia's point of view. But the true horror that it resembles can only be fully experienced when one sets foot upon this land. Glob goop. In contrast to the Inverhetero Tower, seemingly an intricate craft of another realm, the globular forest stands as a manifestation of betrayal originating from the soil. Not a majestic staircase crafted by divine hands, but a menace standing right before your eyes, whose roots have quietly torn the land apart in fleeting moments, even when the once tranquil woods surrounding it now exude an ominous aura. Fortunately, its rapid growth has been slowing down after it first materialized. With its initial expanding speed, everything in your view would have been devoured already by now. However, that uncanny vitality persists, which everyone can feel through the occasional vibrations beneath their feet. Give us a break already, for real! That's what I'm saying. How many trips will it take to evacuate everyone in the conservation area? All the wounded to report. Those stretchers are taking up quite some space. I think three trips would suffice. No, actually, we might just pull it off in 2 trips. On which trip are you leaving? I'll stick around until the very last person leaves. Don't worry, there are trustworthy people within that group. I'm honestly not so important as you might think. Alright, the constructs leaving with them will help them settle down as well. Okay, then I'll leave that to you guys. Having said that, Silence firmly strides toward a group of men who appear to be preoccupied with their tasks. Translation: it's ugly. They are trying to push down the empty houses that teeter on the brink of collapse to avoid any potential danger if another wave of tremors hits. Observing Silence as he rolls up his sleeves and joins the group, you feel a newfound respect for him as a leader growing within you, even though he claims himself to be not so important. In the corner of your eye, you catch a glimpse of Lee lifting the tent curtain and waving at you. After one last gaze at the transport craft that is taking off, you hastily make your way back. He found this. The thing placed on the table is an assistance device for remote connections, an exclusive piece of equipment that belongs to Cerberus. I knew there should be something that could come in handy. This channel for remote connection with constructs is exclusive to Cerberus, and its specs are more advanced compared to the standard ones. It's worth a shot. But I heard that their commandant is pretty much the only one who can establish a remote connection with Cerberus members. Even if we manage to make it work, there's no guarantee that it's fine. The construct mumbles something like, "The Grey Ruined Commandant is surely a legend." His face contorts with frustration, as if he is depicting the pain of building a mind connection with some crazy construct, all based on the groundless rumors he has heard. But the imaginary pain apparently has little effect on his work efficiency. He quickly finishes setting up the device. Lee lets out a quiet sigh. I'll call Lee over to get you some emergency medical supplies, just in case. As far as I know, no one has ever built a remote connection with that new frame. You sure about this? There will soon be one. What I mean is that the new frame has not been fully calibrated for remote connections. It might take you a few attempts before you reach her. And trust me, the process won't be a walk in the park. You gotta be prepared. From moments of strangeness to sudden startles, and even times when she is seemingly lost in her own thoughts, you have experienced the full spectrum of her emotions. It's just a change of her frame, but number 21 is still number 21. The most pressing matter at hand is to help them overcome the current adversity. Let's do it. You close your eyes. The new victory fanfare. Feels like I'm playing Final Fantasy with that. Different vessels. I was 7 when I first saw them. It was a lone little wolf seeking refuge in a tree hole. Exhaustion and hunger weighed heavily upon its weakened body, leaving it no strength to flee. As I walked closer, it showed its fangs to me threateningly, but I could see its paws trembling. The elders warned us not to touch them, because their sense would be changed because of that. If it returns to its pack, it will be rejected by its family. Hiss. Hiss. Whine. What kind of hiss would it be? Like a snake hiss? Or maybe like a cat hiss? Like the sense of hearing is freed from the ringing noise first. The 8 ears above start to turn left and right by themselves, trying to chase the drifting sounds lingering around. Then it's the sense of smell that comes back alive. A rich, herbal aura carried by the gentle breeze flows into the body through the air. The night dews, yet to be dried by the morning sunlight, cling to the leaves and grass and impart a gentle coolness to the palms and feet. With an instinctual surge of power coursing through the muscles, the hands tighten, their sharp claws effortlessly puncturing through the tender grass, I almost said glass, delving deep into the moist soil. Something feels off. But as the eyes open, the gray pupils are immediately struck by the blinding light, which causes them to constrict uncontrollably. Once the pupils become accustomed to the brightness, the light gray figure finally gains a clear view of the world around. The little wolf rises to her feet, shaking off the clinging soil and leaves from her fur. She takes a moment to observe the shelter where she had slumbered, then lifts her gaze toward the forest. Those entangling branches and stems appear even more majestic than before. As she sniffs the moist air, her nose detecting the array of familiar and serene smells, one scent in particular draws her attention. It comes from somewhere nearby. Go track it down, a voice in her mind prompts her. Her pace quickens upon the thought. As she jumps over twining tree roots and darts through lush bushes, the scent grows thicker. Peeking her head out from a bush taller than her, a captivating sight comes into view. A wolf pack, peacefully resting in an open space ahead, their bodies nestled closely together. Oh, that's not an ordinary wolf pack. Startled by the noise, the wolves swiftly stand up, their gaze fixed in her direction. Should she directly walk over and join them? However, all the wolves appear on high alert, their muscles tensed. Clearly her arrival is not met with a warm welcome. The tense standoff persists for nearly a minute. Then, out of nowhere, a shrill scream pierces through the air, shattering the silence. In a flurry of urgency, the wolves swiftly come together, forming a cohesive unit, and dash toward the depths of the forest. Predators. A voice in her mind prompts her, "Run." But the little wolf is left perplexed by the pack's vigilant reaction to her present. Doubt lingers as she ponders whether blindly following them would be the wisest choice. Time is running out. Driven by fear, her body instinctively takes charge, acting before her mind. Her legs carry her swiftly in the direction where the pack disappeared, her tail tightly clenched. The pack must escape from the pursuit of their airborne enemies, but the predators are just as familiar with the forest as the wolves themselves. As the chase intensifies, the little wolf, falling behind the rest of the pack, unwittingly becomes the primary target of the relentless pursuers. She loses count of the ponds her paws splash through and the flowers trampled under her hurried strides. The little wolf's heart pounds relentlessly in fear, its rhythmic thumping echoing in her ears. If she were to spare a moment to listen carefully, she would discern the sound of her own blood rushing through her body. After what feels like an eternity of weaving through the dense woods, the little wolf finally realizes with relief that the once persistent sound of the predators chasing closely behind her has faded. Taking refuge within a hollow tree root, the little wolf musters her courage and cautiously pokes her head outside. She peers around to ensure there are no piercing gazes fixed upon her. The scent of the pack lingers in the air, intermingled with the natural fragrance of the surrounding plants. The wolves are still somewhere nearby. Must join them. Can't survive alone. A voice in her mind prompts her. Stopping before the pack once again, the little wolf stands poised and prepared, ready to face whatever challenge lies ahead. Why does it feel like I'm going through like a National Geographic right now? As the two pack leaders feast upon the fresh meat of their recently hunted prey, the unexpected arrival of the little wolf propels them into a defensive posture. They step up to protect the food, and a threatening roar reverberates from deep within their throats. The little wolf remains still in the distance, her tail obediently hanging low, not showing any intention of snatching the food. With the acquiescence of the leaders, I've never seen that word before. The remaining wolves who were waiting to feed cautiously gather around, their eyes fixed upon the lone traveler who dared to venture into their turf. Their gaze of examination does not carry much more warmth than that of the predators. The wolves sniffed the little wolf one by one, examining her scent and assessing her presence. Some are teetering on the edge of losing their temper, their jaws ready to deliver a bone-crushing bite any second. Soon, the pack leaders redirect their attention from the trembling little wolf back to their prey. Whether it is her obedience or the possibility of her serving as a decoy to distract their enemies, they seem to perceive her presence as a non-immediate threat. Sensing the change in dynamics, the lower-ranking wolves cease their aggression and retreat to their original positions of waiting. As the acceptance of the pack washes over her, the little wolf finally realizes the strain and soreness in her muscles. The wolves revive their playfulness as they wait. They rub their backs against one another, emitting sounds of contentment and affection and sheer delight. Perhaps she will soon join their ranks. As the little wolf envisions the exuberant play, she cannot resist the urge to excitedly roll on the ground. However, the playful wolves abruptly spring to their feet, lowering their bodies in a cautious stance toward her, as if perceiving her behavior as unusual. Fortunately, the leaders conclude their feast at that very moment. After confirming that she poses no threat, the wolves eagerly pounce upon the remnants of their prey, relishing their meal. The little wolf swallows a mouthful of saliva, but she knows that it's not wise to join them now, or they would think she intends to challenge their pack hierarchy. Amidst the sounds of flesh being torn apart, she curls up, seeking to keep her body warm and minimize energy consumption. For days, the wolves have weaved through the boundless forest, deftly evading formidable predators while relentlessly pursuing their prey. The pack had grown accustomed to the little wolf's presence, no longer startled by her movements. However, the carefree playfulness she yearned for remains elusive in her imagination. She is only allowed to stay in the far behind, whether when the pack is moving or feeding. Even during the breaks for drinking water, she can only approach the water source once everyone else has had their turn. Is she a member of the pack? The answer is positive. But why? In a display of frustration, the little wolf lowers her snout into the pond, observing as bubbles surge upward, bursting upon the water's surface. As the last bubble vanishes into the air, the water regains its pristine tranquility. She fixes her gaze upon her own reflection in the water. She realizes how different she is compared with others. In their eyes, she is like a hairy monster. The wolves' carefree play, where they rub their backs against each other in affection, will remain forever beyond her reach. Because all she has on her back is a row of ugly fur, standing upright in perpetual fear. If she can get rid of this fur, will she become closer with her fellow wolves? I want to try it. A voice in her head tempts her. In her mind, tempts her. She carefully inspects her claws, their sharp nails radiating a cold gleam akin to the menacing beaks of the predators. As the tips of her claws make contact with her soft and warm chest, a searing pain radiates from a specific point on her skin. Summoning every ounce of her resolve, she forcefully drags her front claw down across her chest. As her fur is torn apart and her blood gushes out, an agonizing pain surges throughout her entire body. Instantly, the once white fur becomes saturated with a deep shade of crimson. Does she look more like her purple-red companions now? The little wolf shuts her eyes, retreating into the embrace of darkness, hoping to reduce her pain through this escape. There she raises her claw once more. It hurts. It hurts so bad. The mechanical pain receptors pulsate with desperation, their intense stimulation fiercely awakening the mind. And when lost all self-control. Number 21, wake up. Out of my way. She hears exhausted wrath in Vera's voice. What happened? Get up and work if you're awake. With a swift kick, Vera sends a hetero creature hurtling away from her, and without hesitation, she follows up with a rapid slash through its repulsive body while it remains in midair. As the creature's purple-red body fluid is propelled by inertia, it sprays outward, creating a straight line on the ground. Right. Enemies. No. That Lilin. He fell into the water. Pull yourself together. The boy's beyond saving. We have to find a way out as soon as possible. If you were still knocked out like that, I would have ditched you here already. I can still fight. Your arm made contact with that water when you tried to grab him. I only did a basic treatment, so be careful, alright? It looks like we stumbled upon the hetero creature's lair by accident while following him. That water is basically another red tide, maybe even worse. If it weren't for the new material your frame is made of, that arm of yours should have been cut off already. Casting a glance at the emergency gel applied to her arm, number 21 tries to make her attack moves. It works fine, but this place seems different. These trees are constantly growing. There were a few tremors coming from the ground while you were lying there, probably caused by their overly wild growth. The smell of the campsite comes from above there. Number 21 carefully analyzes the scents in the air and then points in the direction behind Vera. Those plants are almost covering the entire sky. If we waste more time here, we'll be trapped forever. Number 21 also directs her gaze upward, only to be greeted by a sky fragmented into multiple pieces by the interlacing branches, akin to a colossal net descending from the heavens. At the very top of her sight, she spots faint, indistinct dark dots, the nature of which she can't discern. Damn it. If a guy like Noctis who's completely made of bionic muscles were here with us, things would have been much easier. Understood. Contacting Noctis. Can't get through. I've tried it already. None of the communication channels works. Not sure if it's because of this goddamn mutated force. Let's retreat toward the direction you said first. To ascend further, maneuvering through the towering vegetation becomes inevitable. However, it is incredibly easy to become disoriented amidst their entangled growth. Vera carefully selects a handful of distinctly shaped tree knots, using them as reference points for steering, ensuring she can adjust their direction in a timely manner to stay on the course. Let me know whenever you feel we're off the track. It's easy to get lost with these trees rapidly growing. Okay, Captain. Having just taken a step, Vera turns back and sees number 21 looking upward. The cluster of enormous vines, which has absorbed the spring of red tide, has unexpectedly given birth to an additional massive pod. The outer layer of the pod is stretched to its limits, nearly translucent, allowing a glimpse of blurred black shadow within. It's moving. The dark shadow, like a newborn disturbed from its slumber, begins a relentless struggle within its cozy cradle. The massive pod quivers and quakes in response to its reckless movements. Oh no. It's falling off. Number 21, get out of the way. Unidentified twins PTSD. Not like this. Hands. Take a drink of water here. It's so cold. Help me. Anyone, please, grab my hand. All right, you can let go now. Dad, Mom. Lilin, don't cry out loud. Monsters are lurking nearby. Any noise will draw them over. But Mom and Dad, they can never come back. This is the end of the world for you. Just straight up, yeah, the world's ending. That's just how it is, kid. They lured the monsters away for you and even left you food. You have to pull yourself together and make sure their sacrifice wasn't in vain. I don't want food. I want them back. Shh. The woman swiftly clasps her hand over Lilin's mouth, while simultaneously stomping on the expired food can that slipped from his grasp. Only after carefully listening to the surrounding sounds for a period, the man and woman show a palpable sense of relief. Look, kid, I couldn't care less if you eat or not. All I need you to do is stay quiet. If you make a noise like that again, don't come crying to me when things go south. For real! Like, I get it, man. You lost your parents and shit, but, like, you're gonna lose a lot more than your parents if you just don't stay quiet. Take it easy. He's just a poor kid who lost his parents not long ago. He's just joking with you. Here, take this. The woman pries open the lid of a slightly misshapen can and places it in Lilin's mud-covered hands. The touch of the cold metal sends a chill that surpasses even the frigidness of late winter roads, seeping into Lilin's fingertips. That's pretty fucking extreme. That's a really extreme cold, but okay. Eat it or your parents died for nothing. The woman holds no intention of causing the boy sorrow, nor does she press him to embrace the harshness of reality. Her voice devoid of any inflection, the woman states the fact, treating it as yet another incident in their endless struggle for survival, just like the countless others that already happened. Tears continue to stream uncontrollably from the child's eyes, flowing like an unending spring of sorrow and swiftly dropping onto the battered can. He gazes at the woman before him, her hunched back evoking memories of his mother's frail expression. Lilin, listen to me. Mom, Dad, Dad's too tired to run. He just needs a little break. Is he? Lilin, you must hold that uncle's hand when you run, as tightly as you can. Don't let it go, alright? I gave him everything your dad and I have. He'll take you to somewhere safe first. But I want you to hold my hand. Mom, are you leaving me? Silly boy. You're the only reason I live for. That's why I'm doing this. Having said that, The woman choked on her words and instinctively chose to withhold them, unwilling to subject her child to the cruel realities of the world. It's a deal then. Remember, you must hold his hand. Don't let it go, all right? Before hearing the answer from Lillian, the woman pushed him toward the leader of the survivor group with all the strength she had. Upon ensuring her child's safety beside the man, the woman mustered a smile upon her pallid face. With her hand pressed against the wound on her stomach, she resolutely dashed toward another path. Lillian, you must run fast. Like this, but faster. Run! From deep within her chest, she unleashed a final scream of despair, a piercing cry that cuts through Lillian's mind like a sharp bullet. He held that man's hand as tightly as he could. Though that hand felt not as warm as his mother's, not as big as his father's, he still held it with all his strength, just as his mother told him. Hey, you're going to eat or not? Why are you staring into space? Lillian can't help but clench his hand, his gaze fixed upon the woman's face. Suddenly he bursts into action, scooping food from the can with his bare hand and shoving it into his mouth, as if he had been on the brink of starvation. Too much salt. It's so salty. But the soup Dad made with canned food before was really good. You can have some of my water, but don't drink it all. Leave me some. After rummaging through her pocket for a while, the woman retrieves a half-empty bottle of contaminated water and places it next to Lillian. Yeah, I mean, you've got nothing else to drink. Returning from his patrol, the man exchanges a meaningful glance with the woman. They step away from the rest of the group, their voices hushed as they start talking. He must be injured. The man's gaze shifts toward one of their companions who is currently taking a moment to rest. You sure? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I saw him pour water onto his left calf. We don't even have enough to drink. No chance in hell he'd waste it on cleaning himself unless there's some kind of injury going on. So what else can I do? We already agreed that we are just traveling together and nothing more. Everyone should be on the same page. Except maybe that kid. With that being said, the man catches a glimpse of the boy stuffing himself with the canned food, impatience evident on his face. If the boy's father hadn't given me that half bottle of alcohol last week, I wouldn't have even considered bringing him along. I couldn't care less about the food they left us. Supplies are just waiting to be snatched from all those corpses scattered around. Here, I thought you still had some sympathy left in you. Come on, it's just a kid. How about you adopt him as your son? For what? So he can bury my body once I die? I wouldn't even have a body left to bury if those monsters have their way with me. But that woman, she was something else. Didn't even bat an eye before getting herself killed. While the kid just clung on to me the whole damn way here. What the hell am I supposed to do? If he can prove himself useful, I guess he can take along. See, that's what I've been trying to tell you. You just don't get it. But you might if you actually take him in as your own son. Cut the crap. The woman giggles quietly, the eccentric laugh making her sound like a twitching bat. Hey kid, from now on you're going to start taking shifts with us for lookout duty. I'll teach you this once in the morning. Just once, and you better learn it. I can't have dead weight dragging us down here, got it? And call me by my name. I'm not your uncle. Without waiting for Lillian to respond, the man proceeds toward his resting spot, while the woman falls silent as well. She retrieves the water she just offered to Lillian and walks away. Lillian puts the empty can aside, his stomach so stuffed that he feels the urge to throw up. For the first time, he has finished an entire can of food by himself. For the first time, he has fallen asleep alone without snuggling up to someone. With his eyes firmly closed, the boy prays that the food he recently ingested will quickly provide warmth to his body, guarding him from the freezing embrace of the lengthy night. Several days later. Get away from me! The hetero creature hooks the clothes of the crippled man, and he never rises to his feet again. More and more hetero creatures are drawn to that direction, which buys valuable time for the other people who have already been drained by their frantic escape. Let's split up. The hunchbacked woman nods at him and makes an immediate turn, rushing toward a narrow path with a younger woman. Swear word, I wanted to go that way. Drained from the relentless running, Lilin lacks the energy to calculate the chances of survival for each path. He tastes the metallic tang of blood in his throat, struggling to breathe like a dying horse, his overworked lungs protesting with every gasp. There's only one thing left in his mind. Hold that uncle's hand tightly and live. But Lilin has been forbidden from clinging onto the man for support since day one, so he can only resort to staying as close as possible to him. Having pushed his stamina well beyond its limits, Lilin's leg muscles reach a state of uncontrollable fatigue. Caught off guard by a sudden cramp, his body gives way, causing him to collapse onto the ground with an audible thud. The man running ahead quickly reacts to the noise of Lilin's sudden fall. He slows down and eventually comes to a complete stop, turning around to check on the boy. Uncle, wait for me. Filled with fear and desperation, Lilin raised his hand high toward the man, begging to be lifted up from the ground. If he manages to survive here, he will do anything for that man. I beg you. The man's gaze flickers up toward the approaching hetero creatures, still at a distance. In that brief moment, hesitation flashes across his eyes. Then he swiftly retrieves a can of food from his waist pack and forcefully kicks it toward the child. The metal can rolls across the ground, creating a piercing screech as it moves. Lilin struggles to rise, but the pain in his right leg hampers his efforts whenever he tries to put weight on it. It's likely that he sprained his joint when he fell. Don't play me. You're too useless. I've already done you a favor by keeping you around for this long. That should be enough to repay whatever your old man did. I didn't even ask him for help in the first place. Women's screams ring from that narrow path before, drawing the hetero creatures at the crossroad turning toward that direction. However, the couple are still approaching over suspiciously, as if having sensed their prey. Having seen that, the man quickly disappears from Lilin's view without any hesitation. Damn. Wait for me. Lilin can't even feel his own tears as he cries out. He reaches his hand high, his fingers trembling in despair, trying to grab anything, if there is any, that could save his life. Gah. Hearing the unique, uncanny noise made by hetero creatures from behind, Lilin freezes in his position, holding his breath in fright and waiting for the scythe of the death god to descend. That's probably how they got Mom and Dad. It must hurt a lot. Anticipating the pain from being gnawed to death sends a chill down to his spine. I'm sorry, Mom. There's no one who comes to save me. There's no hand I can grab. In fear and coldness, he gradually loses senses of his own body. It's so hot, Dad. Don't make the fire burn so much. As Lilin mumbles unconsciously, he reaches out to the rag covering his neck, trying to pull it off to feel less hot. Jeez, Salins, there's a kid here. He's still alive. His body's cold. He's dying. Easy, let me take a look. Darn it, it's hypothermia. Bring some blankets over here. Dad, it's so hot here. Hang in there, kiddo. You're gonna be alright soon. Here, put him in my arms. My coat should be warm enough. There you go. Be careful. Let's take a break here. The kid probably needs some time to recover. Ask Massar to take people for lookouts. No problem. The swell on his leg looks insane. Did he sprain it? My goodness. Then we gotta be gentle. Let's not move that leg. You can rub his other foot to keep him warm. Huh? I'm not really a fan of foot touching. Fine. Let's switch up. You rub his hands, alright? It's noisy and hot. As his nerves are awakened once again, pain starts to rampage in his body. Someone is holding his hand. It feels soft, warm, just like Mom's hand. What did Mom say again? Right. Hold that hand and live. He's warming up. He's clenching my hand. Siren, keep your voice down. I'm not old enough to be a mom yet. I should be more like a big sister to you. Siren, will you ever act like a real adult? Can you hear me, kiddo? Help me. Siren lets go of Lillian's hands, making space for Salins to talk to the boy. Sensing the disappearance of those warm hands, Lillian hysterically raises his hands toward the two in front of him, as if drowning in the water of despair once again. It's okay. You're safe now. Salins immediately holds his chapped little hand, indulging those frail nails that scratch some lines on the back of his hand. Don't go. Don't go. Don't leave me alone. Uncle, I'll do it. I'll do whatever you say. I can handle the lookout work. I can practice. I'll practice it every day. I beg you. I still have cans of food. Cans. Here. I only eat a little. I won't be hungry. Lillian struggles to extend one arm from the embrace of a robust man, pointing at a can of food lying on the ground nearby with his trembling hand. The woman next to Salins goes to pick it up and hands it to Lillian after dusting the snow off. But there's no strength left in Lillian's hand to bear its weight. With a clank, the can drops down in front of Salins. Please, take it and help me. It's okay. I don't need. Please, I beg you. Take it. Lillian's gaze is fixed upon Salins' eyes, yet his eyes show no focus. He mumbles the same words again and again, fearing that he may hear something like, "Forgive me," from the adult. Alright, I'll take it. As an exchange, you gotta stop worrying and have some good rest. Come along with us. Salins gently strokes Lillian's head and wants to tuck the little hand back under the coat, but that hand is still clenching his as tightly as possible, showing no sign of yielding. Don't worry, everything's alright now. I'll come to help you whenever you call me, I promise. Everyone will come to help you. All you need to do now is take it easy and have some rest. Have some rest. Is it? Yeah, I remember. Everyone was good to me. So I must prove my value. I'll stay with you forever. I don't want to be alone anymore. Boss, Siren, Granny Winger, Dad, Mom. I feel awful. Where are you? Exerting every ounce of energy, the boy struggles in the red tide, trying not to keep falling. Yet his effort proves futile. He opens his mouth in an attempt to call everyone's name, but the tide moves faster than his voice, gushing into his mouth and corroding his voice inside out. Anyone, please, you promised. He is now completely engulfed by the purple-red tide. Some changes are occurring to his body, yet he may forever lose the ability of feeling it. It's Saren. I knew you were here. I was right. And the others, you're all here. You didn't lie to me. That's great. Thank you for your hands, everyone. He's gone off the deep end. Well, rip Lillian.
みんなもやっぱり見間違いじゃない。みんなここにいたんだ。
I'm not being paying enough attention to care about this child F.
そうだ。みんな親切にしてくれた。僕は騙されていなかった。よかった。みんなの手、よかった。僕はみんなとずっと一緒に。
Oh, that's Linden's. Cognitive grimace, Lilin.
あなたの色獲物逃げなさい逃げなさい爪あいつらを切り裂く
Huh? Oh, ew, there's a mouth right there. Oh my god, look at the mouth on the side too. Oh. I was gonna say straight out of freaking like Bloodborne or something. 落ち着いて爪あなたの獲物逃げなさい逃げなさい Oh, I missed it.
あいつらを切り裂く
Bleh. Ew, bro. That's gross. Oh, he grabbed me again! Ew. Good thing she has a ton of shield. I'm trying not to get bored. Oh, no, god damn it. That's like the 4th time already. Stop it. I don't want to be in the Tums. I don't want to be in your tummy anymore. Okay, we're good. The entire sequence would have gone so... Imagine that entire sequence being like animated or whatever. That would go so hard. That would go so hard. Imagine a PGR and an actual official like PGR animation series. That would be like over 100 episodes, considering how many freaking like chapters there are. But holy shit, it'd be so good. Just imagine Evernight Beat and Surviving Lusum animated. Crazy. And then everyone will get to know despair, not just those who play PGR. Number 21 seizes the opportunity when the enemy's joint is immobilized by Vera's blade. With her claw blade spread wide, she unleashes a fierce slash, tearing apart the purple-green hands with ruthless precision. The monster emits human-like mumbles as chunks of flesh varying in size fall from its body, akin to a freshly sliced open stomach. Ew. Within 10 seconds, the purple-green chunks of flesh quickly dry up, resembling spoiled meat left for days. Ew. Soon, all that remains is a mere skin, devoid of any substance or life. Melted into the soil? Anyways, we don't have time for that right now. Number 21, are you hurt? Number 21 takes a quick sniff of her body and shakes her head in confirmation. Captain, hand. Number 21's words bring Vera's attention to a crack on the right arm of her frame, from which vital fluid is slowly seeping out. Huh. That thing's tail got me? Thought I dodged it. As if it were nothing more than an everyday triviality, Vera casually wipes the seeping vital fluid off her arm with her other palm and retrieves an already opened gel spray. After just 2 sprays, the spray nozzle abruptly ceases to dispense any more contents, as if it has uttered its final words. Vera gives the bottle a shake to confirm its emptiness, then puts it back into her bag. Number 21, do we need to adjust our direction? The smell of the campsite is weaker. The direction is the same. Let's move. Stepping over a tree root that stretches across their path, Vera signals number 21 to continue advancing along their planned course. Just as number 21 begins to lift her leg, a piercing ringing noise cuts through the air, assaulting her ears and penetrating the depths of her mind. Number 21 collapses onto the roots before her, rendered oblivious to any pain. Her sensations are abruptly taken away, consumed by a glaring white light. Deprived of the ability to respond to Vera's call, number 21 helplessly falls into a dazed state. The smell of blood. It seems that someone was injured just now. Who was it? The feeling of wetness comes from the pause. The little wolf's eyes flutter open, only to be greeted by a sensation of numbness on the side of her stomach. Lowering her head, she finds a gaping wound where her fur has been torn away. Her paws, stained with blood and fragments of her flesh, serve as a grim reminder of the injury she sustained. The moment she comes back to her senses, an excruciating pain devours her. She holds it back with all her strength and inspects her reflection in the water. Good. The fur surrounding the wound is now dyed in a vivid crimson hue, and so are her paws. Does that mean she and her companions look more alike now? The little wolf stumbles toward the wolf pack, proudly displaying her dyed fur to the other wolves. Her companions, previously huddled together in a nest, swiftly rise and emit threatening growls, warning the little wolf in response to her bloodied presence. Is the new color of her fur not thick enough? The little wolf comes to a halt and raises her paw once again. The wolves, as if faced with formidable adversaries, swiftly pivot and dash toward a more concealed area with denser vegetation. Before the little wolf can react, an ominous shadow swiftly darts past the little wolf's head, accompanied by a piercing cry emanating from the sky. It's the predators. Startled, she disregards her still bleeding wound, her focus shifting entirely to the urgent need to escape. Without a moment to spare, she propels herself into yet another desperate sprint. With the pack no longer in her sight, the little wolf relies solely on her sense of smell, tracking their movements through the faint scent lingering in the air. Is she smelling it wrong? The scent seems to be growing weaker. No, it's her running speed becoming slower. The adrenaline-fueled escape manages to divert the little wolf's attention away from the pain caused by her strained muscles. However, she remains acutely aware of the pulsating veins on the side of her still bleeding stomach. As time passes, her limbs grow heavier with exhaustion, and the sound of fluttering wings echoes behind her head. She can sense the imminent danger, knowing that pairs of sharp talons lie in wait, ready to seize her soft and delicate neck. It's plunging down. The little wolf's pupils mirror the menacing shadow, resembling a swift arrow hurtling through the air with deadly velocity. She hates her distinctive fur more than ever at this moment. Foreseeing her impending demise, the little wolf halts her sprint, resigned to the grim fate of becoming the predator's meal. Knowing the black feathered arrow will arrive in the next instant, she quietly closes her eyes. Unnoticed from a corner, a dark bolt suddenly lunges forward, intercepting the feathered arrow aiming at her, and tumbles alongside it in a seamless motion. Opening her eyes, the little wolf is greeted by the sight of a mysterious black wolf engaged in a fierce battle against the god of death, who had been poised to seal her fate. With its blade-like beak, the giant eagle clamps down on the front paw of the black wolf, attempting to regain balance by fluttering its wings. Undeterred, the black wolf tenaciously gnaws at the bird's neck, ignoring the scratches inflicted by its prey's talons. A dense scent of blood permeates the air, causing the little wolf to twitch her nose instinctively. Stirred by the primal thirst lying within her nature, she can't resist releasing a resounding roar of aggression. Treading upon the giant eagle, which has nearly exhausted its final breath, the black wolf gazes down upon this challenger. Immersed in the lingering thrill of the previous battle, the black wolf prominently reveals its formidable fangs, poised to plunge into the next violent confrontation. The inexperienced little wolf instinctively tucks her tail beneath, a subtle display of her recognition that she is no match for the seasoned hunter standing before her. With its claws, the black wolf firmly grips the lifeless eagle, letting out menacing roars that resonate from the depths of its throat. The little wolf is keenly aware that the black wolf before her would not hesitate to tear her apart should the need arise. Slowly she retreats, moving backward and finding refuge within the dense foliage of a nearby bush. With its gaze still fixed in the direction she departed, the black wolf eagerly begins to gnaw at the flesh of the giant bird. Cannot eat it. It was born to hunt wolves, a voice in her mind tells her. She concurs, as her only instinctual thought in the presence of those airborne predators has always been to flee and seek safety. Then, what's with the black god of death who is devouring the flesh of a predator? Is that a path of madness that a wolf, expelled by its pack yet still driven by a desire for survival, is destined to tread upon? Having satiated its hunger, the black wolf proceeds to meticulously clean its paw, where blood continues to seep from 2 puncture wounds. Casting a glance toward the bush where the little wolf is hiding, the black wolf then staggers away in a different direction. As the black wolf departs, the tension gradually subsides. The little wolf cautiously emerges from the bush, ensuring that the scent of wolf blood has significantly diminished. Her body, drained of strength by the wound and the arduous escape, protests vehemently, craving the replenishment of blood and flesh. The entrails of the predator emit an eerie aroma, tantalizing the little wolf's acute sense of smell and presenting an irresistible invitation. With trembling limbs, she cautiously approaches the lifeless body of the giant bird step by step. If you indulge in this forbidden feast, your companions will never accept you, a voice in her mind tells her. She involuntarily swallows a mouthful of saliva, her hunger and instincts tormenting her rational senses. Even her vision becomes obscured by a veil of alluring redness. In her final flicker of consciousness, she manages to regain control just as her teeth are about to make contact with the flesh. As if waking up from the sweetest dream, she takes several trembling steps backward, washed over by a wave of fear. Instinctively, she tucks her tail tightly and summons every ounce of strength within her to flee from the scene. She doesn't halt her escape until the peculiar aroma is completely absent from her senses. It is then that she realizes she has strayed far from the course of her companions. Frustrated, the little wolf circles anxiously, meticulously sniffing her surroundings, only to arrive at an unfortunate realization. She has lost the trail of her companions. What should she do? Run around, hoping to luckily run into them in this boundless forest? She has never passed the same place here, in this forest of a size beyond measurement. She is alone again, just like when she first woke up. Having thought about that, the little wolf lets out a sorrowful whine. The more pressing matter now is how to survive by herself before finding the pack. Without companions by her side for cover and support, whether in the pursuit of prey or during moments of rest, the little wolf can easily lose her prey or be detected by predators. I want the pack of Pocahontas. If this is supposed to represent 21, I need to go back like an hour. I think it's supposed to symbolize the you don't have to change who you are in order to fit in. In order to fit into a space that you don't feel comfortable fitting in with. I think that's what it is. Because earlier in this little story of the wolf, they thought that their looks were hideous, and therefore, because of the fur that they have, they can't fit in with like the hetero creatures that the wolf saw. They figured that if they didn't follow the rules that they grew up learning, that they're gonna be deemed like useless or something like that. That's what I'm getting out of this little story. It was the same thing for Canon earlier too, what she was talking about during the party in the tent. And I guess in regards to 21, I'm gonna guess near the end of the story we'll learn. Near the end of this chapter. Give me a FOMO therapy session. I feel like almost every chapter of PGR is, in general, a therapy session. Wolves are pack animals. This is etched within their nature. Every fiber of her being longs for it, or she would have never sacrificed her fur to win acceptance of the pack. There you go. As the little wolf contemplates, a somewhat unsettling idea takes shape in her mind. What if she follows that fierce lone black wolf for now? Her heart pounds uncontrollably in her chest upon the thought. She sniffs the lingering scent in the air, detecting the faint yet indistinguishable odor of wolf blood. Perhaps she should learn to survive alone from it before finding her companions? While she may be deterred from hunting predators, the skills are universal when it comes to hunting. If there is any unusual activity, the black wolf would likely notice it before her. However, if it sees her as an enemy, though lacking in confidence in her ability to survive those menacing fangs, she holds faith in her capacity to escape as long as she maintains a safe distance, unless the black wolf is pushed to the brink of starvation. In comparison to struggling to survive on her own, she realizes that she stands a better chance by following the black wolf. Moreover, time is running out for her. The scent of wolf blood is gradually fading, almost masked by the fragrant aroma of plants. She will miss the opportunity to track the black wolf if its paws stop bleeding. The little wolf shakes her head and resolves to press forward, diligently discerning the lingering scent of blood amidst the surrounding herbal aromas. Death of a lone walker. For days, the little wolf has been observing the lone wolf from a safe distance. Despite her strong desire to learn how to survive on her own, she finds herself unable to suppress her curiosity. Can a lone wolf really last on its own? Adopting the hunting technique she learned from the lone wolf, she has successfully hunted for the first time, albeit capturing a mere vole that even managed to bite her paw during the encounter. Learning from the lone wolf, she now knows to keep her ears alert, to sleep only lightly, and to conceal her traces when predators soar overhead. She unilaterally sees the black lone wolf as a temporary instructor of sorts, even empathizing with it as it fights for its life against its prey. Hidden within the bush, its foliage reaching higher than the fur on her ears, the little wolf ponders whether they can be regarded as companions of a peculiar kind. Though she has not yet found an answer, she remains steadfast in her resolve to choose the pack if the option presents itself. Suddenly she hears the lone wolf erupting into a sprint, accompanied by the cacophony of countless wings fluttering high above. Rather than immediately following the wolf, she lowers her body and conceals herself within the swaying grass. If she were to emerge from the grass at this moment, she would undoubtedly be spotted. The giant eagles soar in the direction where the lone wolf fled, seemingly having a clear target in their sights. Nervousness grips the little wolf as she realizes that the lone wolf stands no chance against such a formidable hunter of enemies. Once she is certain that the predators will not notice her, the scent of the lone wolf seems to have already drifted far, far away. While still maintaining a cautious distance, the little wolf can't help but pray for the black wolf's safe escape. After a short while, she senses that something is amiss. That familiar scent of blood once again wafts into her nostrils, steadily growing stronger. The little wolf navigates through tree holes and dense bushes, carefully controlling her movements as she draws closer to the source of the scent. Finally, before a curtain of grass, a veil of destiny, she comes to a halt and peeks out in the most discreet way. The surrounding bushes are battered, with fragmented branches and scattered leaves strewn across the ground. The black wolf lies silently on its side, its blood seeping into the soil beneath and staining it with the darkest hue. Its two paws are absent, replaced by exposed broken bones and the remnants of torn fur. Its scarred back has vanished entirely, only gray-white ribs jutting out from within its body to be seen instead. The predators grip the wolf's body with a deadly ferocity, their hold as firm as when the wolf clenched the lifeless giant eagle. Without a shred of concern, they tear into its entrails and greedily devour its flesh. Jesus. During the frenzied feast, the still steaming blood splatters everywhere, with some droplets even landing on the grass where the little wolf hides. The little wolf's claws instinctively dig into the soil, her delicate paws encountering the unyielding touch of rocks, serving as a reminder for her to remain completely still. She cannot help but stare at the eyes that have been accompanying her all this time. The golden pupils are still open. They seem like a vortex that is about to pull her consciousness in. This is the ending that a lone wolf cannot defy, a voice in her mind tells her. This time, the voice seems to emanate from the very skull of the lone wolf, its eyes locked with those of the little wolf, not allowing her to take her eyes off. Look at it. Have you thought about why it failed? The little wolf freezes in her position, interrogated by the dead wolf in her mind. She dares not shift her gaze away. Have you thought about why it could defeat the wolf eater? The wolf eater? That giant eagle chasing after her? Because it had great fighting skills? No, because that wolf eater deviated from its collective too. It staked all on one bet, choosing to monopolize your flesh and blood. So, its death was predestined? Its death possibility was raised much higher without the collective. Part of you has been accepted by a collective. In that case, you may deserve a fortuitous invitation. Will you join? Join the collective. As the dead wolf's pupils twitch rapidly, the scene before the little wolf's eyes transitions back to the moment she first encountered the wolf pack. It was in your mind. You want to be part of it. The little wolf gives a nod with a blank look on her face. She has indeed held a strong longing for acceptance for a very long time, so potent that she was willing to tear her own stomach fur apart. But why can she feel a hint of hesitation in her heart? Come over. The collective will accept you. The little wolf gazes at the pack ahead. Their carefree play is seen. She has imagined many times. Rubbing against each other, chasing after tails in the sunlight. Slowly she makes her first step. The wolves notice the little wolf as she approaches. However, contrary to her recollection, there is no sign of weariness or rejection from them. Two of the wolves rise to their feet, only driven by curiosity. Joy washes over her, and she senses the warm rush of blood flowing through her limbs. Then the little wolf resumes her walk, taking the second and third steps toward the wolf pack. However, a pain etched deep within her bones starts to manifest itself as she moves closer. She can feel something is changing in her body, as if a snake shedding its skin. The little wolf recollects the pain she endured when she tore away her own fur. Yes, it feels the same this time, yet amplified to such an extent that it engulfs her entire being. Fret not. The collective will accept you. Will she finally have the same scent as her companions? Yes. Alright. Finally, the thing she always longs for. Scent. The scent of companions. The scent of humans. It's number 21. 21. Can you hear me? Ooh. Number 21. A familiar designation. Number 21. How's the situation with you and... Ugh. Signal. More precise. Who's talking? Who's talking in my mind? Number 21. This is Uzabeni. Can you hear me? Uzabeni. I remember now. Grey Raven. Where am I? Where's Captain? Enemies. With her weapon raised, number 21 emits a warning sound to the animal-like hetero creatures, which watch her with a friendly gaze. Are you separated from Vera? Don't know. I got here somehow. You are being interfered with. I'm not. What? Who are you talking to? Black Wolf, but it died once just now. What does that mean? You said this is what you want. What I want is the scent of humans, your enemies. Enemies? No. What you want is the scent of your own kind. Number 21? What are you talking to? What are you? Blah, 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 blah. She hears no answer, or rather she cannot discern that answer. If she were to make a guess, it would be akin to attempting the nearly impossible. Number 21? What you want is true companions. Right. Captain, no, you're not her. A growl of rage comes from deep within her throat as her body is gradually filled with anger. Say something to me. We'll connect with you in any situation. We'll accept your entire being. Become a collective like that. Every individual will sacrifice themselves with the will of the collective. As they wanted. Become one with your kind. As you wanted. Snore. I like how her little buddy is named Snore. Become one with your kind. Number 20. No more thinking about what you are. You have witnessed the death of a lone being. The fragmented illusions shift and transform before number 21's eyes, morphing the Black Wolf into Vera, into Noctis, then into the number 20 etched in her memory. Finally, it twists, taking the form of number 21 herself. They, you, lonely, demise, end. Your end. Make your choice. You can come over. And bring them over. Number 21 remains unresponsive, the fluctuations in her mind mirroring the rhythm of a heartbeat pulsating within her frame. After a brief pause, she musters the strength to call out the name she believes she may depend on. Usubeni. I'm here. It says that what I want is not the scent of humans but of my own kind. Actually, it's right. Number 21 wants to have the same scent as everyone. By everyone, you mean Captain, Noctis, Usubeni, and those who are afraid of me and want me to be discarded. All of you are humans, so if I have the scent of humans... Personally, I think it's something very difficult to achieve. Even humans are not all the same. There's no way to guarantee that someone will always be your kind. Even your teammates won't, except for yourself. Only you yourself are always your kind. The question posed by number 21 is quite complex. If you had enough time, you would likely delve into a dozen philosophy books and conduct thorough research before having this discussion with her. Purely rational analysis alone is insufficient to navigate the present circumstances. Your only hope is that number 21 resists the tempting rhetoric of the enemy and refrains from granting them an opportunity to manipulate her. Number 21, I'm waiting for you to come back. Give me some more time. But I'm going back to Captain. She speaks with a resolute yet unemotional tone, her held head high. Held high. If what you say is true, Sabeni, it's fine. I can learn from humans. Reject. Still chose that path. Then walk down that path. The other part of you will see its choice next. The other part of me? What do you mean? No response was received. Only a piercing buzzing noise that echoes in the aftermath of the disconnection, reverberating within number 21's mind. Simultaneously, a searing pain flashes through your own consciousness. Commandant, your nose is bleeding. Take this first. It'll make you feel better. As you open your eyes, you find Liv standing before you, already holding the medicine. Your hand trembles as you take the pills and swiftly toss them into your mouth, swallowing them all at once. You shake your head, declining the water that Liv offers, as you feel the urge to have your senses and nerves stimulated by the bitterness of the medicine. Disconnected again? This is too unstable. I'm lucky enough to even connect with her. Commandant Uzabeni, you should probably take a break first. No matter what, repeatedly attempting to connect and then getting disconnected can really take a toll on your body. Let's try to build a connection again. I'll take that waiting time as a little break. It's okay, I'm experienced in that. As you request. Has 21 lost it? Where's Vera? How is she not doing anything about it? They might be in a tough spot right now, and we should go help them. Let's get ready. As the globular forest rapidly expanded, Noctis was helping the people from the conservation area by removing hetero creatures that had accidentally wandered too close. After safely evacuating everyone during the earthquake, he has been anxiously waiting for further instructions ever since. Upon briefing him with the latest information, a rare seriousness settles upon his face. He rummages through his tactical bag and proceeds to load handfuls of compressed bombs from the ammo box. Let's blow that wooden lump to pieces and dig those two out, huh? You got yourself the right person for the job. Commandant, there's an aircraft coming our way, and judging from the insignia, it should be the Purifying Force. Purifying Force? Is there any tracking mission nearby? No idea. Let's go talk to them first. I think Vera mentioned this earlier. Folks are probably here for an errand, delivering the supplies Vera asked from the higher-ups. Commandant, shall we ask them? For their help? They came from the southwest, and if they're heading north, they can't avoid that area. Direct contact could be risky, so it might be an option for them to move with us. Moreover, they might be carrying more advanced communication devices, which would provide a safer means to contact Babylonia or Cerberus. You're right. Lee gives you a nod before exiting the tent, prepared to discuss with the approaching Purifying Force members regarding the next course of action. Through the gap of the raised tent flap, radiant golden sunlight streams inside. You peer out from the corner and behold the vast forest bathed in the warm light of the setting sun. Beneath the dazzling glow, the forest appears as a majestic marvel of nature. However, it is not a craft of natural forces, but rather of the tireless worker ants that seek to gnaw at the destiny of mankind. The will of the collective. Such words were also mentioned in the conversation between it and number 21. The individual plants merge seamlessly into a unified entity. It is their damaged roots that necessitate the exchange of life-sustaining fluids, weaving together the patched entirety. Creating a collective is a means of survival, yet the distinct boundaries of each individual serve as the fundamental cause for the longevity of diverse beings, species, and even the entire world. It is the presence of each individual that lends profound value to unity and collective contribution. Will of Kowloon over the will of the collective. All hail Kowloon. All hail Queen Chu. Hang in there, number 21. Vera. All hail. You can have your teammates address your doubt in that familiar lounge of yours, so make sure to come back safely, will ya? All hail Kowloon. All hail Lady Chu. The Lone Wolf's what? Border. The shock caused by mind fluctuations forcefully severed the remote connection, stirring up intense pain and stunning number 21's senses. She shakes her head, trying to make the swirling world stop. Captain. Vera's gasp pulls her slightly back to reality, but immediately afterward, a strong smell of vital fluid invades her recently regained sense of smell. Yo, number 21. Vera smiles at her casually, like a morning greeting. Despite the vital fluid seeping from wounds of various sizes scattering on her face, arms, and body. Countless bodies of hetero wolves surround Vera and number 21, some battered, some with indiscernible parts, and others already wizened. The only intact spot is where number 21 collapsed. With her blade, Vera fends off the purple-red sea of wolves, her vital fluid splattering around its coastline during the fierce engagement. Some drops even land onto number 21's body. Fighting restlessly till now, the construct known as Red-Headed Death shows number 21 a smile with ferocity lingering from the battle, yet her hand is surprisingly trembling while holding her blade. Captain. The vital fluid in her body, fueled by an intensely elevated emotional index, circulates and boils rapidly, resembling a volcano on the brink of eruption. You done with this round? Softly posing a question, Vera finally collapses onto the ground. As number 21 kneels beside her, the boiling volcano in her chest swiftly cools down, with coldness creeping into her body from the ground. She has disregarded the once raging impulses triggered by imagining the loss of Vera or Noctis. The reality before her feels unreal, so unreal that she has entirely dismissed the sensations she recently regained. Psst. Are you going to cry? Amused, Vera observes number 21's expression, but there is no time for them to waste. Time's running out, so I'll be straight with you. Number 21, I don't know what the hell is wrong with you recently. Busted my ass to get you this new frame. Although the development rights are all transferred out by Nicola, the problem is probably you yourself. I don't know what kind of human scent you want to have, but seriously, do you really need that in Cerberus? But everyone has it, except for me. They and I are not the same kind. That's why they want to discard me. Being discarded, I don't want. No. Huh? Who are they? You mean you're going to die if someone asks you so? I don't want to die. Vera releases her weapon and places her hand intimately on number 21's shoulder. In the next moment, she tightens her grip on the thin, pale neck chained by the restraint collar, her hand stained with vital fluid applying pressure on those pulsating veins. I can't believe you're allowing yourself to get this stupid. It's time to step up and take responsibility for yourself, number 21. Quit living in this fantasy of wanting to be everyone else and passing the buck onto others. Humans stay together because this is their way to utilize each other. Whether it's you or that dumbass Noctis standing in my way one day, I won't let either of you just walk all over me. It's just a coincidence that our squad is named Cerberus. Don't tell me that you're actually taking it seriously and planning to become a good little puppy. But experiments. That's why I live. When I got you out of the Daedalus dump, you were nothing more than a heap of metal scrap. Now I see. Your brain is still buried among all that junk. Remember, I make you obey because I can. Don't take it for granted and be obedient to everyone else. I told you that I hate idiots who get themselves trapped the most. You forgot that already? Vera keeps her gaze fixed on number 21 while exerting more force in her grip, causing vital fluid that was on the verge of clotting to gush out from the cracks in her frame once more. Compelled by the intense aggression in Vera's eyes, number 21 senses the powerful force emanating from the restraint on her neck, yet she remains unable to divert her gaze. You think this dumb thing can really hold you back? Well, there are plenty of other colors in the world, visible or invisible. How can you be sure that your so-called humans aren't one of them? Stop trying to blend in like all the other humans. Why not make those nobodies understand who you truly are and where your principles stand? Whether it's with your claws, teeth, or the craziness defined by others. Start making your own damn decisions already instead of living up to other people's expectations like some kind of pet. If you're going to keep acting like a coward, you might as well get your ass back to Kurono. The members of Cerberus are all defiant lone dogs. We're biters, not followers. Lone dogs. That's how Vera describes them. Because each of those souls never contemplates blending into their surroundings, the boundaries of their individualities always remain clear. They harbor no fear of being different from others, nor do their companions concern themselves with such differences. Despite being criticized as a collective of freaks and monsters, their sole task is to tear apart any enemies daring to challenge them. This is the monster's way of self-defense. Like moths drawn to a flame, they prefer to fight to the death with their heads held high, rather than relinquish their individuality. Number 21 once thought about various methods defending her squad. But as an experimental subject from birth, she refused to perceive this world from her own perspective from the very beginning. She was always the one being calibrated, being allowed, being deployed, and being approved. Emotions beyond her control were forbidden as they clashed with practicality. Unacceptable behaviors were to be concealed, as any criticism directed at number 21 would affect everyone in Cerberus. Due to her strong desire to cherish this den that had brought forth many new and unfamiliar feelings, number 21 found herself compelled to abandon those pieces of herself that could potentially harm it. Initially, number 21 believed that she was different from others because she lacked common sense and knowledge about the world. After countless days and nights living in the real world outside the research institute, number 21 has been slowly losing the boundaries of her identity. As she continues to sever pieces of herself from the already fragmented boundaries, what remains can only form something that she finds perplexing. And this confusion has become the collar of hysteria. It serves as a deceptive lifeline clutched by number 21 herself, yet it is truly a chain wrapped around her neck. However, no defiant lone dog would permit themselves to be chained. A defiant lone dog has the ability to resist being chained. Whether it's her or somebody else who holds the leash, the fangs are always ready to be bared, as long as her body is functional. In number 21's mind, numerous shimmering shards akin to snowflakes suddenly flash, reflecting what she has previously dismissed, rejected, and buried deep within. While number 21 was being shaped by the world, these shards of her true self were scattered all over. However, during that time she found herself unable to determine whether she should reclaim them or not. Fortunately, she has now found what she believes to be the correct answer. She realizes that she must defend her own boundaries first, and then protect everything she holds dear with her complete self. Suddenly, she feels the weight of this framework, which didn't quite align with her initial expectations, becoming lighter. At that moment, number 21 decides that her vision of the human form can include bionic ears and a tail-like balancing device. She will no longer view these traits as indicators of being not like a human. Prior to this, the highly perceptive sensors and explosive power possessed by this frame had more or less intimidated her. She was afraid of losing control over her power and herself, so she made the choice to reject that power. But now, she begins to feel a surge of excitement for the power she can possess. Unbeknownst to herself, number 21 is undergoing a rebirth as a new and whole entity within her metallic body and data consciousness. Without a fixed form of either human or animal, this one is more liberated, one that bears her unique name, number 21. Number 21, take this. Noticing that number 21 has regained some of her senses, Vera's jokingly furious expression fades as she retrieves a slender device from a slot on the side of her frame. From now on, the decision is yours to make. If you unlock the restraint, there's a good chance we'll get into trouble once we return. However, if you feel that you don't need the full power of this frame, you can still choose not to do it. Your leash is in your own hand now, number 21. Captain, keep your mouth shut. I'm not kicking the bucket just yet, but I can't promise how long I'll stay awake. Let's just hope I don't pass out right before we make our escape. Keep an eye out for the buds once those nasty creatures start melting away and seeping into the soil. A new group of hetero creatures will be born from those buds soon after that. We can't last long against that number of enemies, and we must push forward as fast as we can. Get me up. Number 21 carefully puts the restraint key away and helps Vera up. If we go from here, that direction. Number 21 notices an increase in the airflow coming from that direction, and the scent of hetero creatures is significantly diminished compared to when she woke up. Subconsciously, number 21 increases the computing speed of her frame, allowing her processing capabilities to accelerate. She has this faint sensation that she and Vera are standing on the tongue of some colossal creature. And it won't be long before the force reveals its fangs, unleashing its ferocious might to tear them apart and consume them for its own growth. They have to run now, as fast as they can. Number 21 lifts Vera's arm clumsily, attempting to share some of her weight, but her movement inadvertently causes Vera to gasp in pain and grip number 21's shoulder tightly. I've had enough rest. I can walk by myself. Number 21 nods before releasing her hand. Suddenly, number 21 turns her head to the side, hearing a faint buzzing sound in her mind, followed by static noise. Come on, give me a break. Number 21? Can you hear me? It's Usabeni. Usabeni is in my head. Oh? The savior always arrives in time. Vera's alright? Thank goodness. I'm surprised that person thought about using the remote connection. I'll give out a pass this time. Captain, injured. I need to save Captain. Number 21, don't play the big hero here. You're relying on the ground this whole time. How's Vera? Captain, what medicine do you need from Usameni? The answer seems to fall beyond the confines of number 21's knowledge, so she chooses to directly ask the wounded herself. Ask Noctis to bring 3 emergency kits from the medical box for simple treatment. Nothing more can be done now. Number 21, tell him the direction to the meeting point first. Vera lifts her head to gauge the angle of the setting sun, then provides some general instructions based on the retreat direction number 21 pointed out. Got it. We're leaving to meet you right now. The connection signal might become unstable during the travel. I'll cut it off for now to reduce your computing power consumption. Okay. Usabeni disconnected. Said the signal would be unstable. The smell has changed. They might be coming. Let's move. Captain, You stay at the front. If the direction changes, I'll tell you. I'll be in charge of the rear. Jeez, look how reliable you are right now. Then do your job well, and let me have some rest. After all, I did the work of 2 while you were lying on the ground. Got it. I understand. As the sun sets, their shadows lengthen, only to be abruptly fragmented by the branches of the surrounding trees. Vera glances at the swaying, agile, fragmented shadow on the grass, belonging to number 21, who stands with her back to Vera, vigilantly observing the surroundings behind them. A smile graces Vera's face as she leads the 2 of them, walking toward the sun that is slowly descending. It was a nice moment between the 2 of them. I like that. Sniff, sniff. Another wave of hetero creatures? Yeah, I can feel them. Their smell keeps changing. Phew. Captain, I'm just a bit tired from all that fighting. Oh, okay. I remember the time when we were at the Daedalus waste dump. I should have told you how to move the injured back then. But you've proved to me that you have 0 talent in this through your performance in the healing training. So how should I do exactly? Just like what I did, lifting my arms will only in blah blah blah. A few of the safest ways to let the wounded lean on your shoulder. Understood. Make sure you teach Noctis when you're back. Captain. Pathetic. Captain. Number 21. I'll protect Captain until you recover. Good. Then buy me some time. I have to turn off some frame modules to focus my computing power. I'm resting. I think that's what she said. The text goes by so quick. I have to read it super quick. Here they come. Oh wow, great start. Corruption warning. Go at full speed, number 21. Oh, cute. It's so awkward when it's left control Q. Oh, the last one. The cradle's end. We lost them. Okay. During the relentless pursuit of hetero creatures, the alloy part on Vera's leg becomes severed, pushing her mobility to its absolute limit. As several purple beasts' mouths loom dangerously close, number 21 acts swiftly, leaping high into the air. With a powerful strike, she cleaves a giant tree at its waist, effectively blocking the direct path of the impending threat. Behind the severed trunk, the hetero creatures scratch frantically at the obstacle that stands between them and their intended prey. As more and more hetero creatures join in the turmoil, The once sturdy wooden barrier, as resilient as rock, begins to exhibit noticeable vibrations. Number 21 knows that it's only a matter of time before the hetero creatures breach the barrier. However, the more immediate concern is ensuring they escape the forest before Vera falls unconscious, and the egg has become completely sealed off by the encroaching plants. With lightning speed, the claw blades retract, and number 21 swiftly positions Vera's arm over her shoulder, doing her best to share the weight and support her. Vera has ceased speaking unnecessary words, but number 21 continues to periodically address her, regardless of what Vera may or may not utter. Captain. Yeah. Left. At the end of the path, they encounter a horizontally growing tree. Number 21 assists Vera in squeezing through the narrow gap. Once she herself passes through as well, number 21 promptly severs the giant branch, blocking the path and buying them additional time for their retreat. As number 21 cuts through the tough stems consecutively, her wrists tremble slightly under the strain. However, she recognizes that her own discomfort is insignificant compared to the hardships Vera has endured. Navigating through the narrow path, they are greeted by an open view. The rushing wind and gentle sunlight sneak in through the gaps in the intricate web of entangled plants. Their white and red hair intertwines, blending together into a complex hue. Captain, light. We're there soon. Okay. Number 21's pupils contract violently, resembling those of an animal, as she meticulously calculates the optimal spot to step onto the stairs leading to their escape. She can't afford any mistake given Vera's dire condition. If the hetero creatures manage to breach the barriers and reach them, number 21 forces her imagination to subside, redirecting her full attention toward observing the staircase formed by the interwoven plants. But instead of a staircase, it's more like bud-shaped plants interconnected by twisted vines running through them. The bud-shaped plant on the far end appears to have completed a blossoming cycle, leaving behind only a platform-like calyx. On the edge of the plant's structure, there is a massive bud that seems in a state of partial withering, with an organ left that resembles a petal or the veins of a leaf. Utilizing the support provided by the leaf veins, they can make it to the top of the tree web that is not fully closed yet. Recognizing the potential dangers they may face while navigating the vines between the calyxes, number 21 decides to hide Vera in the nearby tall grass to ensure her safety. And if they fall from the vines... As number 21 gazes downward, she is met with the sight of a treacherous swamp of thorns at the bottom of the forest. If they were to land there, it would be exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, to climb back up to their current position before the relentless forest consumes them. She formulates a rough plan and calculates the time. It will take her less than 2 minutes to scout the path ahead. Captain, stay here. Wait for me. Number 21 feels a sudden surge of pain in her mind, as if it deliberately chose this moment to play a prank on her. However, accompanying the pain is a familiar yet somewhat strange sensation stirring within her. She has no time to think about it. The white-haired girl swiftly draws out her sharp claw blades. Like a wild beast, she dashes toward the setting sun ahead. Captain, hang in there. I can save you soon. Buddy! No. Buddy! Buddy, covered in dark purple growth marks, is mercilessly torn apart from the inside out by some sharp claws. The unruly newborn emerges, carelessly shaking off the remnants of its former host and stretching its long-suppressed body. From its elevated position, the towering creation gazes down upon number 21, its compound eyes scrutinizing her every movement. Even though number 21 can no longer detect the familiar scent emanating from the creature, she stubbornly persists in calling it by that name. Buddy, is it you? Nope. Its light purple abdominal parts starts to change color as the creature lowers its body. In a swift motion, the creature swings its colossal purple claws directly toward number 21's head, seemingly as a response. A gust of wind caused by the attack threatens number 21's balance, but she swiftly evades the cold and swift claws. Some of her light gray hair strands are severed in the process. In the spot where number 21 just stood, a dreadful pit materializes. No, buddy, please. It's me! Me! Number 21's claw blades drop helplessly, hesitating to rip the throat of the looming threat in the same manner she eliminated her previous foes. Her body trembles slightly as memories from the past flicker before her eyes. She has never imagined losing Buddy. In her mind, it had become an inseparable part of her being, a constant presence she took for granted, even over that of Vera and Noctis. No one would have thought that a part of themselves would crumble into ashes and rise again as their adversary. Number 21 feels deeply sorry for that. I see. The headache. It was because you were calling me, right? I'm sorry, buddy. I was too dumb to recognize your call for help. How could I? Number 21 lets out a sorrowful whine, akin to that of a lone beast mourning the loss of its pack. She stands alone in the hostile forest, feeling the gaze of everything around her as it leers, waiting to attack and tear at her throat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Her voice grows faint, gradually fading away until it becomes barely audible in a gentle breeze. The purple claws remain poised, primed for the next assault, their lethal power capable of swiftly ending the life of any obedient prey. But, with her head lowered, number 21 is stating her sin in silence. Captain is still waiting. I can't let Captain be taken as well. A sharp pang shoots through the corner of number 21's mouth, a stinging reminder that she is biting down hard on her lower lip as she utters these words. I can't surrender here. Even if it's Buddy, I can't. So, I'm sorry, Buddy. I will punish myself. But I have to take you down here. Oh. Rip, Buddy. Oh god, I'm scared.
あなたはここへ逃げるの？あなたの色好き？落ち着いて、スメ。獲物、逃げなさい、逃げなさい。
Hero Beast Fenrir.
落ち着いて、スメ。あなたの色好き？スネ、あいつらを切り裂く。獲物、逃げなさい、逃げなさい。
Sorry, I'm just really focused on the fight right now.
あなたの色スネ、あいつらを切り裂く。 そうね
What? Oh, that's fucking wicked.
獲物逃げなさい逃げなさい落ち着いて
What is happening?
そうねあいつらを切り裂く
Whoa. That was cool.
あなたは
Oh, I missed that. Shit.
そうねあいつらを切り裂く獲物逃げなさい逃げなさい 落ち着いてそうね あなたの色好き獲物逃げなさい逃げなさいあなたはこ
Nope.
こへ逃げるの
There we go.
獲物逃げなさい逃げなさい そうねあいつらを切り裂く
There we go. Cool fight. Super cool fight. Rip buddy, man. Oh. The force is alive. That's pretty cool. Safe and sound. Woo! A rampaging dark shadow abruptly emerges, catching everyone off guard, as it forcefully breaks free from the confines of the forest. The once expansive forest now appears to shrink and contort into an egg shape. Amidst the interplay of searchlights and darkness, the shadow springs forth with remarkable swiftness and height, resembling an untamed bird soaring out of a black egg. Driven by an unwavering determination to be born into this world against all odds, the creature must, in turn, use its newborn claws to destroy the other world known as its cradle. The lingering ferocity and thirst for blood emanate from its very being, evoking aggression from everyone present. They react with defensive hostility, issuing a warning to this frenzied entity. Everyone holds up their weapons. If this is a newborn enemy, they will eliminate it right then and there. It rises to its feet, the dark coat stripped of its obscurity under the piercing glow of the searchlights. It's number 21 in Vera. Wait, drop all your weapons. Lee, Liv, and a handful of nearby constructs are taken aback by your yell. However, the rest of the group remains poised, weapons still held firmly. Number 21's frame heaves as she breathes heavily. Both she and Vera are drenched in a viscous purplish-red fluid. Her frame reflects the dazzling light, making her look more like a beast succumbing to her primal instincts in a bloody fray. The beast gazes at the startled constructs with a piercing intensity, as if meticulously searching for the weak points of its prey. This is bad. They're calling the signs of stress that number 21 has exhibited before. An alarm bell rings in your mind. Without hesitation, you step forward, ready to shield number 21 with your own body. You must get there before other people misread the situation. Probably holding the same idea, Noctis forcefully pushes aside the constructs in front of him as he yells out loud at everyone present. Hey! Drop your weapons! Are you all deaf?
I am.
The maiden, who resembles a white wolf, calls out as her chest heaves violently for a moment. It is the first time that you or maybe even Noctis have heard such a clear and powerful shout from number 21. I am number 21 from Cerberus! Number 21 locks eyes with the onlookers, some bewildered, some fearful, and others perplexed. She stares back at the weapons leveled against her with unyielding resolve, embodying a proud lone wolf that disregards challenges with a dismissive glare. Captain is injured. She needs treatment. The weapons in the hands gripping them remain frozen in their positions, as number 21 persists in yelling out her need. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Noctis rushes forward and takes Vera from number 21's arms. Get a stretcher here! Get a stretcher over! You lost! Hurry up and go save her for sake! I like the censoring of words. I got this. This is no good. The corruption level has greatly surpassed the safety threshold. Quick, move Vera here. The shell of the nest, shattered by number 21 and Vera, continues to diminish in size, withering at a rapid pace, as if the water within is being drained away. The method by which number 21 and Vera managed to create an opening in the rapidly expanding tree web remains a mystery to all. Nevertheless, you are aware that it is not yet time to lower your guard. Lee, leave it to me. Reacting swiftly to your concern, Lee responds you with a reassuring nod before proceeding to coordinate arrangements with the members of the Purifying Force. Suddenly, your private terminal springs to life, emitting frantic rings nonstop, as if it has awakened from a prolonged slumber. You turn it on, only to discover a flood of overdue messages from Babylonia and various other contacts. Commandant, the communication signal is coming back. We can now reach Babylonia, but there's still a significant delay. The globular forest in the distance continues to shrink. The recovery of the signal is likely due to number 21 and Vera's efforts in destroying or eliminating whatever was causing signal disruption. I'll draft a brief report about the situation and send it over. Okay. At this point, all that remains is to patiently await the arrival of reinforcements and focus on mitigating the adverse effects caused by the hetero creatures until they arrive. Fortunately, just before you departed the conservation area, the last group of civilians successfully boarded the transport craft. Recalling the expressions in the eyes of those who had loved ones missing, you can't help but ponder which one is more cruel, the faintest glimmer of hope or the anticipation of the worst possible outcome. You aim to find answers for them, if possible, because every name deserves their ending to be known. Oh, wait. Number 21. Remembering an unexpected request, you quickly catch up to number 21, who is walking alongside the stretcher. Are you alright? Number 21 answers with a nod, her body adorned with scratches and wounds, though not as severe as those inflicted upon Vera. You can imagine how painful the ordeal she endured. I came from the conservation area, and someone there asked me to deliver a message to you. Before the operation, upon hearing your promise to do your utmost in finding them answers, the last group of evacuees finally began boarding the craft. Salons gave you a nod to show his gratitude, his eyes concealing a multitude of other emotions. After people walked away for a while, a girl who had been standing aside quietly approached you. Are you with number 21? Yes. A construct. You couldn't discern the department she belonged to based on her attire, as the style of clothing she wore was unfamiliar to you. Your men said that number 21's companion went missing. A little white machine that can dance. Dance? You mean number 21's cobot? She calls it Snore. Well, she calls it Buddy, but it's missing? I'm sorry, I didn't know. Understanding the importance of the cobot to number 21 to some extent, you realize that if it had indeed disappeared, she would have been just as anxious as the refugees you sent off a moment ago. If you see her, could you help me deliver a message to her? If Cannon sees Snore, she will help keep it safe. No problem. Thank you. The construct in the peculiar attire turns around without hesitation and promptly follows the people from the conservation area, but maintains a subtle distance between them. After delivering the message from Cannon to number 21, she falls into silence with her head lowered. While contemplating how to offer solace to number 21 and formulating your plan to contact Babylonia for aid in finding the cobot, number 21 breaks the silence ahead of you. It's okay. I've already found Buddy. My headache was probably because Buddy was calling for me. It was just too late. I figured it out. Too late. What? After her return, number 21 talks without looking into the other person's eyes for the first time. Evidently, number 21 is not inclined to discuss the details at this moment. You can tell from the sorrow reflected in her eyes that the ending of Snore is the kind that people least desire to witness. Something has changed profoundly within number 21, and you already felt that when she showed up before you with Vera. The price paid for rapid growth often proves to be far weightier than anticipated. In this world of natural selection, every advancement is achieved at the expense of sacrificing a part of oneself. And go get treated. You're not in a good condition either. After going back, you can come talk to me whenever you want. Okay. Number 21 lifts her gaze, acknowledging your suggestion. She briefly examines herself, then turns around and proceeds forward without hesitation. Aww. Poor 21. The freedom defined by herself. A few days later, in a confidential Babylonia meeting, the task force is still monitoring the situation and investigating the hetero zone even now. Projections in the conference room switch between several satellite images tainted in purplish red. The task force appears like a dark gray dam in the photos, blocking off an ocean of omens. We have deployed several sets of Omega weapons since we were contacted. News from the front line this morning suggested that we would need to double the deployment at the very least. Double the deployment? We almost ran out of Omega weapons after the Copperfield Aquarium. Some of our current stock is recycled. The weapons we sent over the past few days have already pushed our supplies and resources way below the safety threshold. To double it? I don't imagine anyone here wants to find themselves empty-handed during an emergency, right? We're not discussing the emergency now, but I believe the construction department is worried about the confidentiality of this information. And of course, we're hoping to receive an analysis report that proves that the clean zone will not be affected. The data will certainly explain everything. And confidentiality? Are you suggesting not to announce our reports openly and honestly? What are you talking about? Of course not. I'm just worried that this incident will cause panic. Ladies and gentlemen, please stop. We're here to discuss how to handle this disaster and the information discovered by our frontline squads. Although dialogues around the construction and the clean zone might be closely related to the hetero zone, I believe we can table that discussion until later. I'm sure I don't have to repeat how crucial the constructions and cleanliness of the clean zone are, right? Naturally, the publicity department has also spent a lot of work on it. The Grey Raven Commandant sitting there also contributed to the publicity work significantly. You understand, President Essen. Since you mentioned Uzubeni, let's hear what the Grey Raven Commandant has to report. I recommend saving your thoughts and opinions until after the Commandant is done. Perhaps you will see the situation differently afterward. Essen nods at you, gesturing you to step up and speak. You loosen the chin strap of your hat before standing up from your seat at the back. You have been sitting so far away from the center that it takes you much longer to reach the podium, and you get to enjoy extended gazes from everyone. You have not worn your uniform since you were sworn in. It is extremely uncomfortable. Oh my god. That looks so fucking clean. That's the coolest. It looks so cool. The Grey Raven Commandant? I'm asking myself that question? The following analysis and theories are made based on the experience of Cerberus, a squad involved in the encounter, and the investigation made by Grey Raven on the strange behaviors of the hetero creatures. The murmuring discussions begin to quiet down as the data model Lee helped made spins in the projection. First of all, Grey Raven found the hetero creature demonstrating group behavior during our investigation, which has never been seen before. The conference room that just quieted down erupts into discussions again. Hassan gently knocks on his table, hoping the council will keep listening. We used to classify the aggression from hetero creatures as an instinctive behavior in the past. It means they do not come up with a plan of attack. They follow their senses to attack their targets with the simplest, most straightforward strikes. That was the only pattern of behavior they would follow. At the location where the abnormal behaviors appeared, Grey Raven observed that some hetero creatures were performing strategic maneuvers to allow other hetero creatures to attack successfully. For example, when a trench appeared between the hetero creatures and their targets, some of them began to form a bridge. Even when forming a bridge would stop them from accomplishing their goal of attacking. Maybe you were overthinking it? In your example, the hetero creatures walking in the front would fall into the trench, obviously. Their bodies piled up, and the ones in the back could then walk on it like a bridge. Fundamentally, they were still trying to approach their targets. While the behaviors were similar, the key was whether they gained the consciousness to actively abandon their individual instincts and targets in order to help the group accomplish a goal. What Grey Raven discovered was that some hetero creatures were giving their lives to pave the way for other hetero creatures. It's hard to explain this phenomenon with coincidence when the price was their lives. The councilman frowns while he looks at you, his knuckles white as he grasps the horror in what you said. During our investigation, Grey Raven discovered an area where many dead bodies of similar hetero creatures were amassed, but we didn't find a source that could deal that amount of damage. If we assume those hetero creatures took their own lives, what did they become a bridge for? Hold on. Indeed. My theory is that these strange behaviors are somewhat connected to the appearance of the hetero zone. Grey Raven's mission didn't just take place near the hetero zone. What was the point of building a bridge that far away? How did they contribute to the hetero zone by dying? The Cerberus members mentioned that the biofluids of the dead hetero creatures inside the hetero zone quickly seeped into the ground before hatching as if being born again. Remember a myth about a god creating humans with clay? The god created a humanoid shape with the clay, and the clay came to life. If the clay wasn't shaped to the god's satisfaction, it would get thrown back into the mud before being remade. Is that what's happening now? What about the electromagnetic disruption? The report mentioned that the squads encountered severe signal disruptions during battles. The Science Council believes that the source of the disruption is akin to some kind of bioelectromagnetic signals, and it is related to the activities and the rapid proliferation of the hetero zone. The disruption drastically decreased after Cerberus defeated the core enemies of the Hetero Zone and escaped the parameter, which could prove this theory. Individual Hetero creatures still don't have the ability to disrupt signals. So, all the dead Hetero creatures turned into water and gathered at the Hetero Zone through the soil. Should we get someone to start digging? Squads on the front line have been excavating, but nothing unusual was discovered apart from the higher than average punishing virus concentration. The Science Council doesn't think we fully understand the punishing virus yet, so we can't be certain how it moved. But there's another way to consider this if we think from the perspective of the clean zone. All the locations where we observed the Hetero creatures changed, including the Hetero Zone, are spread outside the clean zone in an arc. To exaggerate a little bit, you could say that a mere step outside the clean zone will land you in a highly dangerous area. How could you say that? If that's true, I agree that the extra Omega weapons are necessary. How can we allow the first safe zone of humanity to be a cage? The councilman from the construction department is so agitated that he stands up from his seat. No one responds to what he's saying, however, and he sits back down in silence. It is true that we don't know how the clean zone or the Inver Hetero Tower works. The most popular theory in the Science Council is the absorption theory. The tower works like our Omega weapon, absorbing the punishing virus before purifying it. The main reason this theory is not universally supported is that no punishing virus is detected even at the edge of the clean zone. While the effectiveness of our CPFs and Omega weapon always diminishes over long distances. That's the reason why we always consider optimal range when we deploy these devices and facilities. Now, if the absorption theory is wrong, and the Inver Hetero Tower isn't purifying the punishing virus, how do we explain the disappearance of the punishing virus within the clean zone? Simply put, we cannot guarantee that the existence of the clean zone hasn't caused unexpected mutations. Mutations? If all Hetero creatures exhibit group behavior. A councilman covers his mouth and stops talking. Worst case scenario, they could develop their own species or even civilizations. Everyone falls silent as they recall some of the enemies they faced in the past that they only managed to defeat after shelling out way too much money and too many lives. Working together, humans have time and time again won battles in which they never seemed to stand a chance. But just how good is humans' chance against such enemies when they're so resilient, so ready to bite humanity at the throat at their sheer number? And no one can tell for sure. When things don't seem as bad, it's only because they've been ordered to change their course of action. And there is this godlike figure behind them that gave them instincts, aside from the one that drives them to attack, that is. And it's those instincts that make them prioritize the group when they're summoned. For now, they don't yet have individual consciousness, which does buy us some time, but time is all that we have left. Nicholas shakes his head as he looks this way. He and his son already know that number 21 once fell victim to an unknown power when she was out of it. Although no one has been able to determine if it was her cobot's infection that caused what happened to her mind through the consciousness sharing port, or whether there was indeed a godlike power that spoke with her. Which is why you don't plan on mentioning what happened to her at this briefing. And that's all I had to share regarding what happened at the Hetero Zone. Based on what Usabeni has just said, we're now at a point where no amount of Omega weapon is going to do the trick. It sounds like there is nothing we can do now except to wait, no? But are we supposed to slow down on building the clean zone? Or just give up on it altogether? No, of course not. We can't afford to give up on the clean zone just yet. The Omega weapon is an expensive consumable indeed, but there is no treating the symptoms if we don't first treat the root cause. And since we did foresee the appearance of this particular Hetero Zone, as per Grey Raven's discovery, what we need to do now is to keep the Hetero Zone in check while monitoring its surroundings, so as to avoid, or foresee, the appearance of yet another Hetero Zone. Well, let's just hope that Lunar Base can be back up and running again in no time, and that we can get our hands on more Omega weapons to fill the gap. In the hour that follows, the group finds themselves fighting over the distribution of resources. The resource shortage seen everywhere prior to the Hetero Zone was only made worse with its appearance. Be it on a practical or psychological level, humanity can really use a clean zone to help themselves get back on their feet. Which is why humans can't afford to stop building it at this point. Issues to be solved and needs to be taken care of spin on and on in your head. Brain work like this is no easier than physically fighting the war out there. Walking out of the meeting hall, you find your uniform soaking wet with sweat. The door of the descending elevator opens the moment you finish yawning, showing the hallway outside which you're more familiar with than you are with the meeting hall. Before you start doing anything again, you know you want to head straight back to the lounge to get yourself a clean set of clothes. Or outfits. Stepping out of the elevator, you see Sika. In a rush and fully focused on reading what's on her terminal, she takes no notice of you. Hey, gotta watch out there. Right. Of course, Commandant Uzubeni. Don't sweat it. Just thought you should probably keep your eyes on where you're going, just to be safe.
Right, of course. Thank you.
Turning off her terminal, Sika now wears her usual smile. Her heavy face from just moments ago, nowhere to be seen. Before the screen of her terminal went completely black though, you saw what was on it. It was a witness report on a certain construct that had gone missing. You reciprocate her with a smile as you wave her goodbye. It was Alyssa. Considering that the next main story chapter is Alyssa's, walking down the empty hallway and taking a turn, you see a quiet figure leaning against the wall, apparently waiting for someone. Number 21?
Oh, it's you, Uzubeni.
Waiting for someone? With a nod, number 21 points out a door that's tightly closed.
I'm waiting for Captain.
You read the sign on the door. The room appears to be a public lounge that doubles as a meeting room on a regular basis.
You wanted me to give you some more time.
I beg your pardon?
In my head before, you wanted me to give you some more time when we're back. Why do you need more time?
Oh, yes.
Uzubeni.
I'm here.
It says that what I want is not the scent of humans, but of my own kind. Actually, it's right. Number 21 wants to have the same scent as everyone.
Everyone, you mean?
Captain, Noctis, Uzubeni, and those who are afraid of me and want me to be discarded. All of you are humans, so if I have the scent of humans...
Personally, I think it's something very difficult to achieve. Even humans are not all the same. There's no way to guarantee that someone will always be your kind. Even your teammates won't, except for yourself. Only you yourself are always your kind. The question posed by number 21 is quite complex. If you had enough time, you would likely delve into a dozen philosophy books and conduct thorough research before having this discussion with her. Purely rational analysis alone is insufficient to navigate the present circumstances. Your only hope is that number 21 resists the tempting rhetoric of the enemy and refrains from granting them an opportunity to manipulate her. Number 21, I'm waiting for you to come back. Give me some more time. I was hoping that you'd come back home safe first, so I could fill you in on the details and make things easier to understand for you.
I see. You said humans were all different, and that I'd never find someone like myself. Other than myself, that is. Which is why I don't need to smell like a human anymore. I have my own smell. I should just set myself free, like what Captain said.
Freedom, huh? Well, what's your freedom like then?
Freedom is when I get to decide what I don't need to do, don't want to do, and don't like to do.
That's basically the freedom to reject things, then. Well, sounds fitting coming from you. So I guess you found what you were looking for. You had a bunch of models from philosophy sitting in your brain that you never quite wrapped your head around. And hearing what number 21 just said, you now feel that there really is no need to wrap your head around them. Because one goes through their life with the self, and that's precisely why we don't need to go after the self. The rest of the factors just grow on the land of one's subjective self. As long as the underlying soil is still fertile, it will cultivate free souls that can break all limitations. Well, I guess I'll save no more then. But I'm very sorry about what happened to Snore. Number 21 makes a sound with her nose, the same way a little animal would, showing her disagreement. I beat them all. Those guys that tried to take away Buddy. I beat them all before they took Captain from me. But I know that I wasn't being responsible toward Buddy, which is why I'm letting Buddy sleep right here as punishment to myself, says number 21 as she points at her chest. Forever and ever. I'm not letting anyone else take away my Haruka ever again. Haruka? Kaden taught me that. She's our friend. You're about to ask number 21 to elaborate when you hear a loud clank from inside the lounge. In the lounge. Leslie. Oops, apologies. Leslie picks up the terminal lying flat on the table and gives it a few nonchalant brushes. A little slip of the hand right there, but boy, that was loud, wasn't it? We're moving on to the section if we're all feeling okay with this part then, or would you rather conduct the inquiry yourself, Ishmael? With a gentle voice or smile, Ishmael says nothing. See, Vera, we only came down here because we've been put on the task. And as far as inquiry goes, both parties are actually equally vulnerable to stress, so I'm hoping that takes some of the hostility out of the air here. Right, and I can prove that Ishmael seldom agrees to this kind of request. Ishmael's gaze, accompanied by her usual composed smile, as she herself claimed, indeed doesn't show any interrogative intention from a higher up. However, Vera can't shake the lingering sensation that she is being meticulously inspected. Stress. I'm afraid I can really relate, but if this is causing you stress, just spit it out and get it done quickly. To put it simply, based on the information we've gathered so far, it's evident that as the captain of Cerberus, you allowed a supervised construct to access a restricted device without proper authorization, which is deemed as serious dereliction of duty. Yep, that's how it's written in the report. Information we've gathered. Vera begins to ponder, contemplating who might be the mastermind behind the scenes, orchestrating the current turmoil. So it's still because of the uniqueness of number 21. If someone wants to take over control of number 21, she would undoubtedly stand as a stumbling block that can cause quite some trouble. So after number 21 submits her frame's combat data, they will remove her from Cerberus with any excuse they can find. But is the military aware of this? For that person, Vera needs to remain in her role as the captain of Cerberus to help him deal with those off-the-record matters. Or this is a trap set for those who want to reach Vera. Is this the bait that Nicola mentioned before? There is also another possibility. This could be a warning to Vera, reminding her of her role as a vicious dog, cautioning her not to exceed the boundaries of the freedom granted by her master. Ultimately, as long as Vera continues to obey, it doesn't matter to the order giver which squad she belongs to. If Vera starts to show too much neglect regarding the rules, the master will then consider the possibility of being hurt by the blade in their own hand. Well, with people sent by the control course sitting right in front of me, they must be pretty damn sure about the validity of the information they've got. But honestly, I can't even guarantee that we were fully conscious throughout that whole battle. And that's just going by my memory data, let alone number 21's. Unbending in the face of their challenge, Vera responds by posing the question back to the Inquirer. I can understand that. Judging from the report, it was indeed an extremely perilous battle. Allow me to clarify, Vera. Our purpose here today is only to inquire about the unauthorized activity during that battle, not to pass any judgment of guilt. I'm sure you're one of the few who act so easygoing around a respondent, Ishmael. Well, I appreciate the kindness, but I can't help but wonder why a higher-up like you would be concerned with such a petty matter. Or is there anything else you want to dig from this? It was a request from a close colleague that I couldn't really refuse. Other than that, I usually steer clear of cases regarding unauthorized activities. But this is also part of our responsibility as a member of the Control Court. Right, Leslie? According to the document, the appropriate course of action would be for Vera, as the authorized holder, to use the key herself when she determines that the situation calls for it.
Such mentioned situation is that there is a considerable likelihood of you experiencing loss of consciousness in the next period, and the impending battle necessitates the lifting of number 21's frame limits. We are all well aware of the distinctive nature of 21's new frame. If she were to lose control, that would be the least desirable outcome for everyone involved. Clause 1.3 in number 21's interim return agreement. I remember that. But like I said, I can't make any promises that either number 21 or I have clear memory of that battle. The respondent continues to assert the presumption of innocence. Is this what she means, Ishmael? I think we now have a general grasp of the ground you are holding, Vera. However, as Leslie mentioned before, the control court does possess certain information. Based on your demeanor, it is likely that we will initiate a comprehensive investigation to verify the ambiguous evidence. I hope we can expediently uncover the truth, one that is acceptable to all parties involved. As you wish. I've got a question for you, if you don't mind. Let's say if the higher-ups' suspicions about the activity turn out to be true. What kind of punishment are we looking at here? If the responsibility lies with number 21, she will likely be suspended from the squad pending further investigation. However, if the responsibility falls on you, it would be necessary to relieve you of your captain position. So well disciplined. Don't you agree? Number 21, who was leaning against the door to listen in, swiftly appears behind you, and in the next instant, the members of the control court push open the door. The woman, who exudes an air of reliability and friendliness, gives you a nod upon noticing your presence. Following closely behind her is another construct, presumably her junior, who appears to be muttering something along the lines of, "It's finally done." Vera makes her appearance at last, strolling out leisurely. She glances briefly at number 21 before giving you a once-over, assessing you from head to toe. Oh, look at you dressing up like a big shot today. They seriously need to ditch that poster of you in the metal armor and replace it with one of you rocking this uniform. This is the true hero of Babylonia right here. Please spare me. Number 21, only you're here. Where the hell is Noctis? Noctis said Captain was in for a major scolding. He will come later. Doesn't want to wait. Make him regret saying that. He's here. At the opposite end of the corridor, the sturdy construct scratches his head as he strides forward, passing by Ishmael and Lesty. From a distance, he starts speaking in a loud voice. Huh, looks like I came right on time. Yo, Grey Raven, what brings you here? On your way to grab a drink too? Why don't you join us then? We gotta let more people witness the magnificent sight of the legendary Grey Raven Commandant looking all heroic and badass. I think I'll pass. Isabeni, you really not going? Noctis is paying. Wait, what? I thought it was on you, 21. Whoever's a blockhead pays. Then it's Noctis. What the hell? I'm not going. Are you disobeying me again? Number 21, beat his ass. This is your punishment for disobeying your captain. And if anyone ever asks, make sure you own up to your mistake and let them know you got a serious smackdown as a consequence. Who'd ask that kind of silly question? Ouch! Get off of me, 21. Blockhead, Noctis. I warn you, I'm gonna take this seriously. No, unless you buy me that electrolyte. Mango flavored, 20 glasses. Cut it out! Fine, I'll get you that. Just so you know, I'm gonna be watching you drink them all today, or I'll teach you a good lesson. As the three of them continue walking away, the boisterous corridor gradually returns to its usual state of tranquility. I love their dynamic, man. Seeing the genius smile adorning number 21's face, you suddenly recall the smile she used to wear, the one she made from imitating others. Is she aware that she can show a genius smile now? Not attained through imitation or analysis, a smile that truly belongs to number 21. Each man's life represents a road toward himself. An attempt at such a road, the intimation of a path.
Intimation? I feel like that's supposed to be I feel like that's like a typo, but no man has ever been entirely and completely himself. Yet each one strives to become that. One in an awkward, the other in a more intelligent way. Each as best he can. Each man carries the vestiges of his birth, the slime and eggshells of his primeval past, with him to the end of his days. Some never become human, remaining frog, lizard, ant. Some are human above the waist, fish below. Each represents a gamble on the part of nature in creation of the human. We all share the same origin, our mothers. All of us come in at the same door. But each of us, experiments of the depths, strives toward his own destiny. We can understand one another, but each of us is able to interpret himself to himself alone. Hermann Hesse. There you go. Chapter 24, Chaos Unsnarled, done. That was a good chapter. I really like that. My boss fight was fun too. Good chapter. Alrighty. So then the next one from there is Sands of Wrath, which is from Floating Record. Ooh, it's the Noctis one. This one seems a lot more chill. 21, eh? So there's 7 combat stages. I don't know how long this one will be, though. It doesn't give me a progress thing, so. But if it's anything to go by from the previous ones, it might be like 4 hours long. These chapters have been like 4 to 5 hours long, on average. Oh, thank you. Oh, nice. Let me just collect this then. Cool. Alrighty. I'll go through Sands of Wrath tomorrow, actually. I like that. Today was number 21 story, and then tomorrow's gonna be Noctis. And that's all of Cerberus done. And then it will be all of Cerberus done. I collect the rewards from here. Am I missing something? It says, hang on, what? I'm confused. It's still highlighted. I don't know why. Oh, the heck? I thought I picked those up. Oh, these are from Everglowing Justice. Right, I remember, yeah, I did Everglowing Justice when it first came out. But I don't remember too much of the story. It's the same thing with, what was it, Cradle Parade? So technically, it's kind of like a reread, I guess. Which I don't mind doing. And of course I didn't do Aeon Reforged and I didn't do Polaris Bond. So let me check here. So yeah, after going through Sands of Wrath tomorrow, next week will be Everglowing Justice. And depending how long that one is, that one seems to be just a bit longer than Chaos Unsnarled. That one might actually end up being like 7 hours long. And Cradle Parade is pretty long too. But yeah, I'll definitely be able to go through Polaris, be fully caught up, and go through Polaris Bond. Hopefully before the end of this month. Cool. Alrighty. So yeah, that'll do it for me for tonight. So thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I enjoyed today's chapter 24. I like how Vera is a lot more considerate towards number 21. Kind of like not like a mother or anything, but like, I don't know. Also not really like an older sister either. Just it's really nice to read. And I like the whole if you don't feel comfortable about changing who you are, you don't have to change who you are in order to like fit in to a place, in order to feel like you belong. I like that, especially with 21. And again, I really do like the team dynamic with Cerberus. It's always a fun time with them. Tomorrow will be Sands of Wrath. I think that's Floating Record 5. Yes, Floating Record 5. So that'll be for tomorrow. Again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. And I will see you tomorrow for Sands of Wrath. Thank you. Bye-bye.